Do you know what we're here for?
Equal parts. Oh my gosh.
Illegal.
Prudent at this juncture.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for them.
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
Follow the rich way.
I'm staying in the race. Consequences.
Huge tiny mistake.
A good guy.
You are not funny.
Give me a joke. Climate and everything are the same word.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
Becomes holy.
What now?
Jesus, I say that.
Some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
Oh, never occurred to me. Interest. It's just craziness to world, yeah.
There's an old saying in Tennessee, I know it's in Texas, probably in Tennessee, but it says, fool me once, shame on you. The fool me, you can't get fooled.
This is from 12 Rules for Life.
I don't want reality.
Right now.
I see that you carry your judo well. Facebook, Zuckerberg.
Close it up, just like my wife's vagina.
Winter is coming.
Cyclone Cheetah.
Don't worry about it, little Marco.
Gentlemen.
He looks good, and he looks hard.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
I did everything right, and they indicted me.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
left my microphone muted that whole goddamn time. That is ridiculous.
This is ridiculous.
Well, good to see everybody. Saturday. Shout outs. Let's try this for real. Hermit Horologist, Bad Lefty, George Waters, Rich P, Arvid Trevino, HBX, Janelle Walker, Moen Noep, Reference Frame, Sarah Layla, Donald James X, Splunted Suspect. God damn. It's very thrown off. I'm very thrown off by the fact that the mic was muted that whole time. It's not great. I said a lot of stuff. What was I saying? Oh, right. It's a late stream. We're starting late. We're starting this thing late. And I'm not even going to do a goal. That doesn't mean don't donate, but just means we're doing a free stream. No rules. Got like half the content that I usually have. Got like 50 videos to get through here today. So I figured I'd say, you know what, no goal. That's why before the stream even started, I was like, you know what, no goal. No goal. Donation anarchy. Donate whatever you want for reasons. Any reasons that make sense to you. Okay, but not because of content. Because I'm just going to do all the content tonight. The mic is too low. All right, I'll try and solve that. I'm trying my best. I'm thrown off right now. The fact that it was off is just
24 people.
It's killing me. And so I wasn't even looking at levels. I was just staring in horror at this situation. We are still running a galactic deficit, so really any donations on Cash App, PayPal, even new Patreon membership, upgrading your Patreon membership. All that stuff's going to count to the galactic deficit financing goal. All right, before we get to some of the stories that I think people are expecting. Epstein, Stephen Colbert, they are on the thumbnail and the title. This horrifying story happened while I was taking a galactic nap. I'm truly horrified by this situation. There's still no clear reason why it happened, but someone drove a vehicle into a crowd in Los Angeles, injuring dozens of people. America.
At least 24 people were injured early Saturday morning after a vehicle drove into a crowd outside a club in Los Angeles, according to the city's fire department. Police said the male driver had been shot while being assaulted by onlookers and was taken to a hospital, adding that his condition is unknown. Captain Adam Van Gerpen is a fire department spokesperson.
The initial scene was very chaotic. There was bystanders were helping each other out because there was such a large number of injuries, such a large number of patients.
The Los Angeles Police Department said on X it was still investigating why the driver slammed into the crowd. Van Gerpen said the vehicle first careened into a taco truck outside the venue. It then plowed through a valet stand and into a large group.
Just horrible. Just horrible. First a taco truck, and then a valet stand. We could speculate why this happened. I mean, there's already been attacks on taco vendors. We've been seeing in other situations. But it's not, there is no definitive reason for why this individual chose to do this heinous fucking crime. It seems absolutely that it was an intentional act. I know that much. That much seems to be clear. This is the AP from 8 hours ago. Jesus Christ. This is horrific. This is horrific. Why anybody would choose to do such a thing? It's beyond me.
And we're following the latest on our breaking story out of East Hollywood. At least 30 people injured after a driver plowed his vehicle into a crowd early this morning. The LA Fire Department says 7 of those injured outside the music venue are in critical condition. CNN's Julia Vargas-Jones is outside the venue. Julia, what more are officials saying about the driver, why all of this happened? Any new information?
Yeah, look, they're still looking for that motive, Fred, but they are piecing together a bit of a timeline of what happened here between this individual being in the car and dragged out and then eventually shot. I want to play for you just a soundbite from the police explaining what they know so far.
What was that?
The driver of that vehicle was pulled out and a physical altercation ensued. The bystanders were physically assaulted.
Who was in charge of the goddamn editing over there at CNN today? Oh my god, that was wild.
Out and a physical altercation ensued.
It just glitches.
The bystanders were physically assaulting him.
Creepily.
During that altercation, somebody produced a firearm and shot that driver of the vehicle. The driver was transported to a local hospital in unknown condition. The shooter in this situation is still outstanding, and we consider him armed and dangerous.
Fucking hell.
And Fred, this is their priority right now, is to find that shooter. They said they are still investigating.
That's the priority?
Trying to find that man. But I want to just bring this home to you that this is a neighborhood, East Hollywood, just east of Hollywood and between Los Feliz and Silver Lake. It's a part of town that is generally deemed safe, that you wouldn't necessarily expect this kind of an altercation or a criminal activity.
And this is terrible. 6 people are in serious condition. That's troubling. Just plowed into a fucking crowd of people, minding their own business, enjoying the weekend. All right, we're not going to stay on the story. It is troubling. It's a troubling thing to have happen. And honestly, like, I almost didn't do it, and then I saw this next story. Let's go here. We're going to go across the country from LA, Hollywood, to New York. Chinatown, where an incredibly similar situation happened there.
Shantae and Michelle, let me give you a sense of where we are. This is Canal and Bowery. This is the foot of the Manhattan Bridge, and that vehicle that was involved in that crash was coming off the bridge here. And we can show you by the skid marks and the path, that car actually mounted the sidewalk here and then went straight across, took out that tree, and then struck the pedestrians. A bicyclist, actually, who was in the middle of the...
People are not responsible. Now, this situation didn't seem, it was slightly different right? But just the fact that multiple people getting either hospitalized or died. 2 people died in this horrifying tragedy. Once again, just minding their business. Okay, all right. I'm sorry to start it with such a horrifying thing. I'm afraid, you know, we're going to be talking about more sort of horrifying things today. Not maybe different kinds, you know, different flavors, shades of horrifying. First, let's go here. Talk about the humiliating flip-flop of David Rubin.
Oh, we definitely
This
need
is
to do
that Parody Clips channel?
At Dave Clips, yeah.
At Dave Clips.
Has,
But let's be clear, it's not a parody of Dave Rubin. It is Dave Rubin being a parody of himself, and this guy flips it.
Yeah, it's a watchdog, but it's just funny.
The government. They're not good at anything. What did Ronald Reagan say? The 8 scariest words in the English language are, I'm here from the government. I'm from the government and I'm here to help. It's Ronald Reagan, the 8 scariest words in the English language. I'm from the government and I'm here to help. Don't trust the government. Don't trust the agencies. Don't trust the media. But yes, the government is the bad guys, but they want you to believe that the government are the good guys and could never lie about so many things or get so many things wrong and still have your job unless you worked for the government, right? They lie about everything. Slow roll the lies about everything. Remember when Jeffrey Epstein died in jail and somehow the cameras weren't working for those few minutes? Nobody was checking the cameras for those few minutes. You know, we have cameras at my house. The Epstein list. Why is it that Jeffrey Epstein dies in jail and the cameras went out and all that kind of thing? And why would the FBI be hiding that? Unless there's something really weird, particularly with the Democrat Party and all the celebs. Do you trust the government? The government? I trust Dan Bongino. I have no reason not to trust Cash Patel. I trust Donald Trump at the moment, as much as I trust anyone else. But they may just not have it. Like maybe Epstein was smart enough not to have an actual list written out that said all of the specifics. Are we to believe, like, is what I'm supposed to do up here, as someone that's trying to make sense of this just the way you are, is tell you, boy, I think they got to Dan Bongino. They magically got to Dan Bongino, and they got to Patel, and they got to Pam Bondi, and they got to Donald Trump? Or is it possible, as he says, what you want to hear actually isn't the thing we have evidence of? So either we're going to believe when they give us information, when Dan Bongino tells us certain things, or not. And if we don't, then either you're just swimming off in complete conspiracy theories, or you better have some concrete evidence of something. So if what she is saying is true, that basically every 24 hours it's an old system, so it resets, and that's why it reset. If that's actually true, which again, I don't know. I don't know any more than you do. And then I guess it is what it is. Be careful what you ask for, because if the Democrats are clamoring for this thing, how do you think that's going to work out for Trump? And then thus, how do you think it's going to work out for the country?
Unbelievable.
It's incredible.
Master.
Unbelievable. That is.
He and
8 scariest words in life. I'm from the government. I'm sorry, I'm from the Dave Rubin Show. And I don't know. I can't. I'll come up with a good one. I promise.
Shapiro, what are you guys doing?
The funniest part is when he's like, this is going to be really embarrassing, especially for the Democrats and the celebrities. Like, there's no...
The celebrities. That's why they moved on to that P. Diddy thing, and we're obsessed with that, because for them, for that crowd, it's the titillating thing. It's like, honestly, probably darker than that. Like, they have their own kind of like sick fantasies about young girls, and then they like kind of live vicariously through the...
Oh, I did it. It's easy. I'm Dave Rubin, and I'm here to help. Those are the 8 scariest words in the English language.
Curiosity in these stories. But once it got to a bit of a systemic critique, and one where there's rumors about things like Israeli intelligence, Dave Rubin and Ben Shapiro are very much against talking about that, which is interesting. I think the rest of right-wing media will follow.
I
soon,
want to
though.
believe Kash Patel.
Kash Patel. And I believe Dan Bongino.
I'm going to trust my friends in the government.
And even Charlie walked it back. Sam, we played.
I want that sound shot really bad.
Yesterday, Charlie Kirk, who after he
walked back his walk back.
He walked back his walk back, and all of the comments, they're furious at him.
You
are not
for walking back his walk back, or for
yes,
You are not funny.
They weren't satisfied with the walk back or the walk back. They said, "Hey, stop saying that it's just Gen Z that's obsessed with this." Because Charlie kept saying like, "Gen Z is pissed," and everyone's like, "I'm a 57-year-old woman who watches your show, and I'm upset about it."
Yeah.
You are fat.
I mean,
you are
this
a
is the
joke.
fascinating
You are
thing
stupid.
is that
you are not funny.
You can look at those polling numbers of Republican support for him, and yes, 6% margin of error is pretty substantial. But the Epstein thing is so much a product, and I don't even mean this controversy. I mean the entire controversy is so much a product of social media. And it's so part and parcel of social media. I mean, it's not like there were big stories on Epstein on, ABC News or any of this. It was all sort of like YouTube and Twitter and Twitch and all the social media outlets. And so the people they're hearing back from are like their core audience. That's the problem.
And it's crossed over to the mainstream now, obviously, because they bungled it so poorly. But
yeah, that's what I've been saying over here as well. Like, I think I completely align with what Sam says on this, because this has been such a huge part of the Trump followers' identity. They have entire clothing lines for this shit. I mean, right now, like we could just look it up right now. I mean, like, how much Q merchandise do you think there exists? Right? Like, I mean, just go here on shopping. Look, all I do is just look at all the Q gear. Q is Superman. Q with Q Grandpa. All the Where We Go One, We Go All shit. People have spent like millions of dollars on this Q merchandise, I'll bet you. I don't know the exact number, but it's in the seven figures easily, if not more. Should do a deep dive on just how much money has been spent on those hats. Yeah, Republicans are, to some degree, revolting. And now there's been different reports. There was like a poll, like a single poll that came out right after this drop that suggested that Trump support had continued to go up, which may be the case. But I'm not so sure. I'm not 100% sold on that yet. And even in the House of Representatives, Republicans are asking for the Epstein files, even though their supreme leader is saying, stop, why are you asking about that? I don't get it. Why do people, who? Jeffrey, who? I don't know who you're talking about.
The president's turn to the judicial system is not slowing the challenges for the Jeffrey Epstein story that have been created for him inside Congress. There's a bipartisan push underway right now to demand the release of all the Jeffrey Epstein files that is underway in the House. So far, it's got 10 Republican co-sponsors that include some of the president's most vocal supporters, as you can see here. Republican Congressman Thomas Massie tweeted, "Folks, keep the pressure on. It's working, but we want all the files." The leading Democrat on that legislation is my source tonight, California Congressman Ro Khanna, and it's great to have you here, sir. I wonder, when it comes to what the White House is pushing for now after facing so much pressure to release parts of the grand jury testimony that can be released, do you think that's a good start?
It is a good step, and they obviously are responding to what Thomas Massie and I are doing in Congress.
I forgot that they did the Ro Khanna interview at the first part of this. God damn it. Whatever, I'll listen to this.
And the fact that there are 10 Republican co-sponsors. The problem is, Caitlin, that most of those grand jury evidence files are concerned Epstein and Maxwell. They aren't concerning all of the rich and powerful men who may have engaged in illegal conduct. And the second problem is that is subject to a court's order, whereas there's a lot that the Justice Department has in terms of interview memorandum, in terms of texts and emails that is in their own discretion to release, and they can do that while protecting the victims.
When it comes to what the push is for on Capitol Hill, with
There you go, Ro Khanna pointing out that that grand jury release that Trump is trying to use in this moment, get people off his back about these files. Doesn't include anything that would involve him or anything that would be outside of Ghislaine Maxwell's what do you call it? Sort of responsibilities or her relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. It's not the files. It's not the Epstein files that we've been told about. So much stuff.
Department of Justice has asked a judge for permission to release some, but not all, of the information they have related to Jeffrey Epstein. More on that in a moment. And second, and an unprecedented move, we're seeing the president file a libel lawsuit accusing the Wall Street Journal, its parent company, and Rupert Murdoch himself of defamation. The president is furious over this article that published last night, alleging that he wrote a crude birthday message to Jeffrey Epstein more than 21 years ago. The two men were friends at the time, before Epstein had been charged with any crimes. And still, the president's anger over this story so high that he took it up with the Speaker of the House directly.
Mike, what is your deal, guy?
The president and I talked about that ridiculous allegation this morning. He said it's patently absurd. He's never drawn such a picture. He's never thought of drawing such a picture. And he said, did you see the language of this bogus supposed communication?
I don't write pictures, okay? I don't do that.
Card or something I supposedly sent to Epstein. He said, I don't talk like that. I don't think like that. They're
say
literally
words.
making things up. And he's so frustrated by it.
Part of what he's so frustrated by is this. According to the Wall Street Journal, the letter to Epstein included a drawing of a naked woman, a fact that the president seized on. This, quote, "These are not my words, not the way I talk. Also, I don't draw pictures." Though there is this sketch he drew in 2005 of the New York City skyline. It actually sold at auction for about $30,000 back in 2017. The president, who in this lawsuit tonight is taking issue with the Wall Street Journal, describing him as being friends with Jeffrey Epstein, despite video and pictures that we've seen of the two of them together previously before what was described as a falling out. This lawsuit tonight insists that there is no authentic letter or drawing that exists, and it's seeking at least $10 billion in damages.
That seems
On True
right.
Social, the president posted right after and said, "I hope Rupert and his, quote..."
Now, he has done a bunch of lawsuits in recent past, but this is, I think, the most money he has asked for maybe in his entire life. Like, he's certainly taking it very seriously. Oh, look at this. This was from yesterday. Breaking news, all caps, breaking news. We have just filed an all caps powerhouse lawsuit against everyone involved in publishing the false, malicious, defamatory, fake news, quote-unquote, article, this useless, quote-unquote, rag that is the Wall Street Journal. This historic legal action is being brought against the so-called authors of this defamation and now fully disgraced Wall Street Journal, as well as its corporate owners and affiliates. Something, something, something. I hope Rupert and his friends are looking forward to the many hours
of depositions and testimonies they will have to provide in this case. I am standing up for all Americans who would no longer tolerate the abusive wrongdoings of the capital F, capital N, capital M fake news media. I hope Rupert and his quote-unquote friends are looking forward to the many hours of depositions and testimony. His quote-unquote friends. Look at his friends. Who's friends with that guy? Who's friends with Rupert Murdoch? It's weird.
Friends are looking forward to the many hours of depositions and testimonies they will have to provide in this case. Lawyers have noted it's also standard for the plaintiff, which would in this case would be the president, to be deposed in a lawsuit like this. But in the meantime, the story may actually be helping him when it comes to the political aspect of all of this. For the first time in weeks, we've been listening to these right-wing podcasters who've been so furious with the president and his team's handling of the Jeffrey Epstein files. Now, we're seeing some of MAGA's most influential voices rallying behind him.
Last night, they tried to actually destroy him with what looks like a phony and fake letter. President Trump has put him on blast, put murder.
His saying that they tried to destroy him in this, I feel like admits that this could destroy Donald Trump.
On blast, particularly as I have long recommended. Those clips right there are over a number of years.
Oh, it's over
and
a
who
long
had the
time.
stones to stamp to Murdoch? So most of these guys are still sucking up to Fox and sucking up to the Wall Street Journal. Quite frankly, the Murdochs concocted something last night and thought it'd be a kill shot on President Trump. And lo and behold, it's the exact opposite, because President Trump is now on offense of what we said should be done.
Steve Bannon's thoughts on this lawsuit, and this comes, I should note, as the Attorney General is asking a judge here in New York to unseal portions of the grand jury material in the Epstein case. In this court filing today from the Justice Department, they say that public pressure is the reason they're doing this. They write, quote, given the public interest in the investigative work conducted by the Department of Justice and the Federal Bureau of Investigation into Epstein, the Department of Justice moves the court to unseal the underlying grand jury transcripts.
So yeah, this is more of the pony show they're trying to put on and hope that everybody's like, oh, that's good enough. That's good. That's great. Did I pass? I did miss part of this that I wanted to watch. Let's just go here. Kyle Kalinske over at Secular Talk yesterday released this video. Exclusive. Mar-a-Lago, a quote-unquote crime scene used for horrific acts.
Illegal.
Let's talk about this this Epstein thing. So first, let me ask you, what do you make of the MAGA media civil war? You see people like Alex Jones and people like Nick Fuentes being, somewhat, I wouldn't say fully aggressive, but critical.
Alex Jones is going through some things.
Oh my God.
Was
I'm gonna puke.
Was Nick Fuentes critical? What was it that Nick? What did Nick say again? I'm trying to remember.
And now he says, if you're not on board with the Epstein cover-up, oh, I don't want your support. You're a weakling. You. You suck. You are fat. You are a joke. You are stupid. You are not funny. You are not as smart as you think you are. We are going to look back on the MAGA movement as the biggest scam in American history.
It does seem lightly critical. Yes, lightly critical indeed, Kyle.
Puke. I can't believe he's losing his mind over there. But then you got, like Nick Fuentes is just flat out screaming at Trump now. But then you also have Ben Shapiro on the other side defending Trump.
You are
have Tim
fat,
Pool,
you are a
who's out
joke,
there saying,
you are stupid,
Rokan is trying
you
to
are
release the
not
Epstein
funny.
files, and that means he's trying to release child pornography. Like, that's the Democrats want to release child porn. That's why they're doing it. And so there's all this coping and seething. What do you make of the MAGA media civil war?
I think the MAGA media in general reminds me a lot of WWE, or for our generation, WWF media. It's tethered to a make-believe cosplay fascist world where they create all of these fictions and stories and Dungeons and Dragons, right, around their dear cult leader. That's just not tethered to reality. So they're fighting proxy wars against each other. And at the end of the day, these wars are still kind of untethered to reality, and they're jockeying for positions, you know, in this MAGA space, which is often also kind of very lucrative when you get closer to Mar-a-Lago and you can really kind of perpetuate, you know, that grift. I think the struggle that some of them are finally having, though, is when Donald Trump is saying, look, I don't want you. You know, if you don't believe that Epstein is a hoax and that it was all made up by Comey, Obama, and Clinton, you are a stupid person and I want you out. And I think that there's a little bit of a struggle and a tension there because a lot of people who are in cults don't want to look stupid and humiliated to their family members and others. And that's why sometimes they get more entrenched within the kind of cult and to the cult leader itself. So I think what you're going to see happening is you're going to see parts of the cult solidify even more. And it's going to just look, you know, I mean, if that's even possible, you know, and then you're going to have some vocal voices kind of get excommunicated like we saw in the first time, you know, and now all of a sudden these are, you know, people who are viewed as, oh, these are Trump haters and deep staters and whatever. And where I just want to always bring things back to, though, in the Epstein discussion is that this is a real serious issue and not a hypothetical. Jeffrey Epstein ran a sex trafficking ring with elite billionaire men where they brought very young little girls and engaged in the most heinous acts imaginable. And there's a group of billionaire men. This isn't like you know, some, you know, conspiracy. It is real. It happened. And Jeffrey Epstein was convicted, and Ghislaine Maxwell was convicted of this. And you go through the files that have been released thus far. You know, if the complete pie has 100% of files that have been, you know, that are out there, 10% have been released thus far in the various civil, criminal cases. And if you go through the files that have been released, the small amount of flight logs, the small amount of the black book, the small amount of the call logs, the small amount of the depositions, and you were to run that through an AI and a chat GPT and say which wealthy man was with Epstein the most, you're probably going to find out it's Donald Trump very, very frequently. And here's the thing, too. Mar-a-Lago was used as a crime scene where the sex trafficking took place. And it's not like, oh, you got to be careful what you say. It's out there. And this isn't, again, going down a rabbit hole. Virginia Giuffre, underage girl, was homeless. She got a job at Mar-a-Lago as the towel girl at the spa at Mar-a-Lago. And then destitute young girl working as towel girl in the spa. Then Ghislaine Maxwell, who was right down the block, because she and Jeffrey Epstein were best friends with Trump. They'd walk over to Mar-a-Lago. They would see a young girl that Epstein might like. Oh, you're the towel girl at Mar-a-Lago? You want to meet my really rich friend, Jeffrey Epstein, and he'll take you across the world. So they bring Virginia Giuffre over, and then Epstein sex traffics her. That was the MO. So lots of people show the video, you know, of Donald Trump and Epstein and Trump looking like that face of his is some of the most like disgusting looking face that you know that you see. But what they were doing there is to me more important than the visual. So yes, the MAGA civil war amongst the media, to me, it's amusing, but I always want to bring the audience back to this is real and this is serious. And now Trump is saying that a sex trafficking ring is a hoax, and he's stopped the investigation into the co-conspirators.
It is a hoax, a nasty hoax. Obama and Clinton, Comey, nasty Comey. Very nasty lawfare. Fake news.
Yeah, he's absolutely right, though. It is a serious thing. And not enough has been done about it, it would seem. And a lot of powerful people have managed to avoid accountability. It at least, allegedly.
Allegedly.
All right. Let's go here. To Democracy Now!
In a growing political storm for President Trump, some Democrats have joined his MAGA base in pressuring President Trump for more disclosures of the Epstein files.
Immediately,
Democratic
if not
Congressmember
sooner.
Ro Khanna introduced a measure with Republican Congressmember Thomas Massie of Kentucky. At least 9 Republicans signed on to the so-called discharge petition, which requires 218 signatures to bypass House leadership and force a vote. Congressmember Ro Khanna joins us now from Capitol Hill. Congressmember Khanna, can you lay out what you're calling for and where it stands now?
It's pretty straightforward. We're calling for the full release of the Epstein files while protecting, of course, victims' identity and making sure no child pornography is released. The bill that Thomas Massie and I have introduced has every Democrat backing it and 9 Republicans. That means that when we can have the discharge petition, we will be able to get a vote on it. Unfortunately, the Republicans blocked us from getting a vote last night. They could have just had the vote last night. We have to wait until the August recess is over to be able to do the discharge petition. But as soon as we come back after Labor Day, we will be able to vote on this and we will pass it.
How do you respond to President Trump saying he wants to release the grand jury testimony? This is a tiny fraction of the documents. And of course, though, it's the only set of documents that would have to be approved by a judge.
Well, he's doing that in response to Massie and my bill. I mean, he is, it's not a coincidence that he announced that last night before the bill was allowed to be voted on in the House. He was trying to ward off the Republicans from allowing a vote on Massie and my bill. But as you pointed out, the grand jury testimony and grand jury files largely concern Epstein and Maxwell. They're the ones who were prosecuted. It will not have the witness interviews that really implicate the rich and powerful men who were potentially engaged in sex trafficking. It will not have a lot of the emails and the texts. And as you pointed out, it requires a court order to unseal those files. Typically, courts are reluctant to do that. They may in this case, but there's a lot within the Justice Department that the Justice Department could release, and they can do so while protecting victims' identity.
I wanted to switch gears and ask you about the massive blow to public media and local news. The House gave final approval to the rescission package that strips $1.1 billion from the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, which funds over 1,500 NPR and PBS stations across the country. Rescission has not been used for more than a quarter of a century. It allows for the president to request Congress to claw back funds already allocated using a simple majority. White House Budget Director Russell Vought praised the rescission vote and indicated it would come into more frequent use. He spoke to reporters yesterday.
We're looking forward to the House blessing the Senate package. I'm not worried about it. We need to get it done and get it across the finish line, but very historic moment, the return of using rescissions, getting the muscle memory for that back into the system. We've talked about defunding Corporation for Public Broadcasting for decades. President Trump's the first one to be able to.
You know, this guy's lack of personality, I feel like, makes people less concerned about him. But he's maybe one of the most concerning people in the Trump administration, right after Stephen Miller. I know he puts people, I mean, he puts me to sleep when I listen to him. He may be actually have things going on over here, and but the figures back in the nerdery were really good, and we're excited about the legislation that's about to happen right now.
But he had, a lot of enthusiasm for this package, and we're just thrilled that we made it through that critical juncture last night.
Before joining the administration, Vought was policy director at the Heritage Foundation, author of Project 2025, that called for ending funding for public media. The federal government has been supporting public media for more than half a century. Congressmember Ro Khanna, can you talk about this campaign against public media and how the entire funding of the Corporation for Public Broadcasting was just clawed back?
Well, it's a devastating blow to the education of our children in America and to our democracy. Let me put this in perspective. They got cut the public broadcast.
Okay, we're gonna move on from this. I got taken off track here with the NPR PBS thing because it is a big piece of news. I think we're gonna talk about it again later though. But they split up the topics on this video. I mean, I guess not really. It's just an interview with Ro Khanna. Okay. We're going back to talking Epstein files and the crisis that is taking over the GOP, taking over right-wing media. And who else is better to track what's happening in right-wing media but RM?
Hey guys, welcome to my journalism channel where I do reporting. Well guys, it's a very sad day here at the channel because I've been diagnosed with this disease. Has a very odd name, goofy voice syndrome.
And it kicks in at...
The symptoms kick in at
various times.
Guys, shut up if you're laughing out there.
Guys, please shut the hell up if you're laughing out there. GVS is actually very...
challenging to live, to maintain relationships.
Okay, hold on. All right. We're going to skip past the intro. He's a funny guy, though. Oh, I guess it's... Never mind. Whatever.
Relationships. We will be right back. We'll be right back.
Last night, we're at the boardroom till 11 o'clock at night with some interesting people who are connected on the political side, and we're having conversation. I'm like, hey.
Why not just leave all that?
PBD crew working hard. Very hard into the night.
He looks good, and he looks hard.
My gosh. That room must be filled with cigar smoke still.
Out. That's so vague. Hey, look, this is not the most important point here, giving this guy a hard time. My favorite YouTuber, but yeah, yesterday we were having really late meeting. It's until 11 with some guys who had 2 legs and arms and they breathe through their nose and they have a face. Let me go on about this for a little longer.
One of the guys that was there, I said, what's up with this Epstein stuff?
Yeah, man.
Why is he not letting this go? You screwed up, you had a fumble, but you're not letting it go. You keep bringing it back up.
Oh, yeah, well, here he is. Oh, yeah, thank God. My favorite content creator, the king of all low-quality media. What's the guy's name? He goes by the name of...
Colbert Davidson?
Colbert Davidson.
You know.
Paul Davidson. So Paul Benet Ramsey is like, why does this guy keep going on about this? Why? I guess he's talking about Trump? I don't know. Why the hell does this guy keep talking about this? I mean, I don't know. Probably the same reason that you got 300,000 views on this in just a couple hours. Because your audience is interested in it. They care about it. But yeah, this is still like the biggest story all over YouTube, media, all this crap. And it, keeps getting, it keeps getting insaner. But it definitely has spurred a lot of funny videos from guys like
Paul
Davidson, where he's like, oh, this is a fumble, man. It's a fumble. This is a real fumble. It's a real goof. It's a real goofy gaff. Oh, you mean the thing where they're going back and forth, seemingly to cover up some of the worst crimes imaginable done around some of the most wealthy, powerful, politically connected people, probably connected to U.S. and Israeli intelligence. What a goof. What a goof 'em up. What a Three Stooges-esque type shit, man.
There isn't anybody that's bringing more attention to this than him, okay? And then he comes out yesterday, and he calls MAGA-based stupid people and gullible weaklings over Epstein files. Rob, I don't know if you have this clip
shut
or
up,
not.
I'm not.
The radical left Democrats have hit, is that the one or no?
This is his Truth Social post, and then he commented as well. I have the videos.
Do you have the video? Play the video first of stupid people.
Because you know, I want to know the strategy behind saying something like this. So
He wants to know the strategy. What's the strategy? What's the strategy? You call everybody stupid and weak. There must be some the 5D chess move I'm just not seeing here.
Some stupid Republicans and foolish Republicans fall into the net.
Whoa, hey!
And so they try and do the Democrats' work.
I'm doing my best. Shut up, man.
Democrats.
Yeah, so you know, for anybody who doesn't know, PBD, he's a national treasure. He makes it very clear on many of his shows that people stop him all day. Hey, let me get a picture, man. Hey, you go on YouTube. Let me get a picture with you. But it is kind of interesting to watch the whole vibe of their show turn, you know? Because now they really like Trump, and now Trump is like, you guys are morons. He is calling them morons. Or what is it? What old-timey thing did Trump say? Poindexters and goons, all of these people. People who are interested in this is a bunch of looky-loos and ne'er-do-wells.
Bunch of losers.
Sorry, we're not 80. What does that mean? Okay, so yeah, kind of interesting. You know, he's calling a large portion of his supporters dingbats and goobers. How do you deal with that on your extremely viewed popular program?
Epstein, he's not letting it go. Now he's calling stupid people.
Right.
I've not heard a strategy where you call your customers stupid or you call your voter base stupid.
It's new.
How do you process this?
Kick it over to Tom. Kick it over to Tommy Boy. All right,
a business
hit it,
perspective, Tom.
I have trouble with it. I have trouble with the word stupid and hoax. So
right, I would. I would too.
It was not a hoax.
Yeah, I have issues with being called a moron, actually. Oh, you do? Yeah, I have a few issues. I have a minor discrepancy with being called an absolute doofus.
It's normal. That's
my
normal.
name's Tom. What's your last name? Don't have one.
That's normal.
And then, yes, they want to know what the hell is going on with Epstein. And then
Tom sounds so sad. Ay, jeez. They called me an idiot, you know? I have minor issues with... Okay, go ahead, man. Sorry.
to say you're all dumb and you're falling for a hoax, I don't know if that's how you energize your base or you get the base to move in a certain...
Yeah.
There's an old saying in Tennessee, I know it's in Texas, probably in Tennessee, that says, fool me once, shame on you.
How do you process
it? Could be. It could be. Yeah, I don't know if calling people morons is it could be. I just don't know. I'm not saying it's not. Tom, are you crying?
What a strategy. Sorry.
Hey,
people like us, people like me, people like you, people like Tom that have been ride or die with this guy for 10 years.
I don't know
through
if
all
the
the smear
language is
jobs,
necessary,
all the
though.
witch hunt, all the hit pieces. I'm not taking away from him. He's the president. He's gone through a ridiculous journey, including getting okay. All right.
Yeah.
We were in the trenches with you. Okay. And now what? Because we're questioning one thing. Jeffrey Epstein, suddenly we're the enemy. We're the losers. We're the idiots. Look away. Shut up. It's Russia collusion. That's horse shit. Okay?
Again,
This Epstein's been going on since early 2000s.
Toilet mouth.
Maybe even the 90s.
Poor Vinny, you know, he's like, I lost my family and friends because I support the president. He probably lost a lot of family and friends just because he yells a lot, you know? But, you know, definite vibe shift on the old PBD show. This is just a bridge too far, you know?
What? I'm not allowed to... What? If I criticize the president, suddenly I have Trump derangement syndrome? That's the take from Vinny right now. What? I got Trump derangement syndrome just because I criticized the president?
They're like, Vinny is also, he's like, look, this guy's awesome. He's doing such awesome things. I just don't appreciate being called, what did he call them? People who are still talking about this are a bunch of pukes and dumpster puddles. But, you know, two very differing approaches. Tom is like, this is above my level of thinking, you know, this kind of strategy, calling me a dumbass. But Vinny's just like, you don't call me a dumbass or what is a dumpster puddle? Because I am, in fact, not as such. Okay, all eyes on Vinny.
All eyes on Vinny.
All eyes are on Vinny right now. Watch Vinny's space work here in this rant. Check this. Peep this.
We're still talking about
We're only talking about it because he's talking about it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So guess what? And I'm sorry, shut up about it.
Jesus,
just
Vinny.
said, guys, it's done, it's over. But it's getting back to the root, Pat. Getting back to the root.
Get down to that root.
What changed? What happened? Something shifted. There wasn't all of a sudden, no, you guys are idiots. Shut up.
Good space work.
Something shifted. All of a sudden, this relation, Bibi, all this goes back to me, to Bibi and Israel and Mossad, because Trump was going. I'm just.
Hey, shut up, Adam.
No,
I'm sorry.
Adam, shut it.
Connecting the dots makes
It's
me that
Vinny's
guy.
time.
It's like,
oh, Jesus, Vinny, you're making everyone anxious.
It's hilarious to watch Vinny get all upset about this. It really is amazing. I can't lie. I cannot lie. Let's quickly see how things are going over at the Timcast section of the internet.
Wall Street Journal story. Let's check that out for today's what is it?
Up in arms about. They were upset. Upset enough for Donald Trump to call the Wall Street Journal and actually speak to him about it.
Right.
I feel like it's kind of a nothing burger. Sure, it's a little weird and creepy, but I think that the reason that Trump objected to this is because it's another more evidence of association with Epstein, and he is trying his best to distance himself from Epstein and everything.
Right. That's a very interesting series of things to say.
I don't know who that is. Why are people even talking about this guy? He's been dead. He's very dead. Look at how great of a job I'm doing as president. You want to talk about Jeffrey, some Jeffrey guy I don't even know.
Yeah, it's a nothing burger, Guy's gonna sue them over this. Yeah, I think it's kind of a nothing burger. We should just kind of move on to another story. What do we got? Something about the Superman movie sucks or something? Now, the guy is suing about it, and it seems like he's been trying to get ahead of this story for a week. And it does show that he has a very close ties to this guy, but remember when I said it's a nothing burger, remember?
It says Trump's name, but are they just saying Donald? Like where, unless they showed it to us, this is what's kind of weird about the story is I don't know who Donald is.
For all we know,
Donald could be Trump. Is that what they're claiming?
That's the argument. Yeah.
So anybody named Donald is Trump. Donald Trump.
Okay.
That's the argument they're making.
Okay,
Everybody
guys, there we go. Now look.
Okay. As you can see, things going really good over at the PBD show. A lot of great stuff happening there. Groundbreaking stuff. They're starting to put it together slowly, piece by piece. Now, in the last, we talked about it was like the latest breaking news that we had yesterday on all of this was that Donald Trump was suing the Wall Street Journal for $10 billion. Now, it seems that he's upped that number from $10 billion to $20 billion. Now, why he's decided to do that, we could speculate. We could say maybe he's twice as upset as he was yesterday. But this is a very strange situation, to say the least.
President Trump has filed a $20 billion lawsuit against the Wall Street Journal and conservative media giant Rupert Murdoch. The president now accusing the newspaper of libel after it published a story about a birthday letter Trump allegedly wrote to Jeffrey Epstein back in 2003. Trump denies ever writing the letter, but a spokesperson for the Wall Street Journal's parent company, Dow Jones, released a statement saying, "We have full confidence in the rigor and accuracy of our reporting and will vigorously defend against any lawsuit." Joining us now is CNN's chief media analyst, Brian Stelter. Brian, thank you so much for getting up early after a long day of reporting yesterday. Just break it down for us. How significant is it to have a sitting president suing a news outlet over a story?
I have never found an example like this. There are lots of examples of President Trump threatening to sue news outlets, and there are some examples of him actually filing suit as a private citizen. But this is the first time that as a sitting president, he's actually going into a legal war with a media outlet. And of course, given the recent settlements by Paramount and Meta and ABC and other companies, there's a lot of speculation about what Rupert Murdoch will do in this case. There's a lot of questions about whether Trump is just trying to shake down down the Wall Street Journal or pressure the journal in some other ways. So we will see over time if this is a genuine, legitimate lawsuit with a real chance of winning, or if it's more of a PR stunt. Because having covered Trump for years, I know that many of his lawsuits are in part publicity stunts in order to get attention. In this particular case, this is a defamation suit, and the first thing you learn in a media law class is that the bar for a public figure to prove defamation is set very high. It's way over my head. It's high on purpose because public figures, are out there in the public domain. And there's lots written about them, and that's the way that the Supreme Court believes it should work, as the precedent was set back in the 1960s. So speaking with First Amendment lawyers overnight, I have a sense from them they believe this suit is pretty weak. As one of them said to me, quote, just screwing up even badly is not enough for weak. And how could the President of the United States show $20 billion of damages? There are some details about this lawsuit that seem absurd. But as we know, the president has been able to achieve settlements with other media companies. So we will see what Rupert Murdoch decides to do in this case. But as you mentioned, Danny, the Journal is saying it has a lot of confidence in this reporting. And let's
kind of hilarious. $20 billion. I wonder how you could even prove that any even close to that amount of damage had been done. It's very strange. Very strange claims from the Trump administration. Hold on, I'm gonna listen a little bit more of this one.
They come apart, they come back together. After January 6th, Rupert Murdoch said of Donald Trump, we're going to make him a non-person. Right, Rupert Murdoch wanted to excommunicate Trump from the party. But then, like so many others, Murdoch fell back in line. So this relationship has many layers. It's very complex. Ultimately, Trump benefits enormously from Murdoch's television empire, Fox News. But at the same time, the Wall Street Journal is renowned for...
So that was the exact same point I was making yesterday. Like, Donald Trump is suing an organization that has helped rocket him to the political position that he currently holds. Twice for a very long time now. I mean, almost a decade of free news coverage for Donald Trump from Fox. What is that worth? What is that worth? Got to be in the billions of dollars.
For really high quality reporting. And Trump doesn't want that. He does not want these stories that cast him in a negative light. I actually view his lawsuit as partly a message to other news outlets. Other news outlets have been pursuing reporting about Trump and Epstein, about that friendship from decades ago. So in some ways, by suing the Wall Street Journal, he's trying to have a chilling effect on reporting more broadly. He's trying to say to other news outlets, don't come after me, don't report on me, don't look into my past, or I'll try to ruin you. You know, that...
Yeah, that's a fun vibe, isn't it? That's great. It's like, you know, we get to enjoy a full-on fascist state, authoritarian state. Donald Trump, the king, dictating from on high to the news organizations. If you do anything I don't, if you say a single thing about me that I don't like, you are going to be in big trouble. $20 billion. I will wage a war on you. I'll do it. I'll send ICE to your home. Don't make me do it. You're being very nasty.
$20 billion damages claim kind of says it all. Right. He's trying to send a message to other outlets not to look into this.
Yeah, true shot across the...
I still love the fact that it doubled overnight. He's like, 10's not enough, $20 billion. Hear that, Rupert? I doubled it. It's called a negotiating tactic. Art of the deal. All right, hold on. There's more. Let's. Where does it go to the?
Ripping the page.
Oh, here it is. Okay, nice.
Rupert Murdoch that he.
Hey, settle down.
CNN's Tom Foreman has more on this latest debacle.
I told Rupert Murdoch that he shouldn't print this fake story, but he did, and now I'm going to sue his ass off. President Trump is laying into the Wall Street Journal and its owner over the Epstein story, just weeks after ripping the paper's coverage in general.
Wall Street Journal has truly gone to hell.
Throughout his second run and return to the White House, Trump has said plenty about the media.
I watch these criminals back there, the press.
The news is really fake.
Real scum. And it has to stop.
Illegal.
It has to be illegal.
And he's taken action. Trump sued ABC News, saying he was defamed in an interview about a past sexual abuse case. The network settled by promising $15 million to Trump's presidential foundation, but his attacks have not stopped.
ABC is the worst newscast of any newscast by far.
Trump filed a suit against CBS's 60 Minutes, saying it unfairly edited an interview with his Democratic challenger, Kamala Harris.
She gave an answer that was so bad that they changed it.
Many media and legal analysts said his claim was unfounded, but just weeks ago, CBS parent company Paramount settled too, coughing up $16 million. Trump filed a lawsuit against the Des Moines Register over an election poll that showed him doing poorly in a state he eventually won.
And in my opinion, it was fraud, and it was election interference. It's fraud.
The paper disputed the claim. The matter is still in court. And there is more.
I'm Donald Trump, and
Yeah, I love how Donald, just a poll being wrong is fraud. Polls have built into them something called margin of error, meaning that they're all technically wrong to some degree. It's built in.
have more trash than all of you.
Trump, who was parodied long ago on Sesame Street, has torn funding away from public television, radio, and Voice of America. Press rooms at the White House and Pentagon have been rearranged, often to the advantage of pro-Trump outlets. He's battled the Associated Press over its widely respected style book, still referring to the Gulf of Mexico.
It's called the Gulf of America now.
And he's even savaged another property of media mogul Rupert Murdoch for recent polls showing public faith in Trump falling, posting, "It's why MAGA hates Fox News."
They hate Fox. None of them watch Fox.
I'll bet you Donald Trump watches Fox.
Posting, "It's why..."
The crooked Fox News capital P polls got the election, capital E election, all caps wrong. I won by much more than they said I would and have been biased against me for years. They are always wrong and negative. It's why MAGA hates Fox News, even though their anchors are all caps great. The anchors are great. The news organization is very nasty. This has gone on for years. But they never change the incompetent polling company that does their work. Now a new Fox News poll comes out this morning giving me a little more than 50%. At the capital B border, and yet the capital B border is miraculously perfect. All caps, nobody was able to come in last month. 60,000 people came in with Sleepy Joe in the same month last year. I hate all caps fake pollsters, one of the capital W worst. But Fox will never change their discredited pollster. Nasty, nasty Fox News is anti-Trump.
MAGA hates Fox News. Few of these cases have produced anything like a substantial apology for any behavior, and many of the companies seem to be settling it just so they don't go into long, drawn-out legal proceedings. Nonetheless, this has proven to be a winning political strategy for Donald Trump, even if he doesn't necessarily win in court. Tom Foreman, CNN, Washington.
Tom Foreman, thank you very much.
Thank you, Tom. Tom, thank you. Good job, Tom. Okay. Let's see. Where do we leave off here? MSNBC, I guess, is the next one on the list. Here is that 12 hours ago. Even Steve Bannon is worried.
As Donald Trump faces a growing pile of legal and ethical scandals, there's one thing that's been getting lost in all the noise. His actual policies are deeply, wildly unpopular. I feel like you probably know that watching this show. So unpopular, in fact, that Trump's disapproval rating has now hit a record high of 55%. That's according to a new Economist and YouGov poll. The drop comes amid growing backlash to the administration's handling of the Jeffrey Epstein case, but the broader trend is clear. This week, Good Trouble protests named for the late Congressman John Lewis have mobilized at more than 1,500 sites across all 50 states as organizers call out what they describe as a sweeping assault on civil rights, democracy, and the rule of law. And that energy is showing up in the numbers. A new CNN poll shows Democrats are significantly more energized than Republicans heading into next year's midterm. 72% of Democrats say they're, quote, extremely motivated to vote. That's a full 22-point advantage over Republicans. Meanwhile, Trump's legislative agenda is tanking in public opinion. Nearly 6 in 10 Americans oppose his so-called Big Beautiful Bill, thanks in large part to its deep cuts to Medicaid and other essential programs, and the GOP knows it. Just this week, Vice President J.D. Vance was in Pennsylvania asking Republicans to, quote, talk to your friends about the bill. Let your buddies know.
That's a good
They probably don't want to, which...
That's a good idea. Talk to your friends. Tell them about how great that bill is. Tell your friends, hey, do you like your health care? Well, it's probably going to get cut. Probably going to get cut. Hold on. I forgot what this was. I meant to take this one out of here because they just jump around between a whole bunch of different things. All Yeah, no, screw it. No, this is no way. This is so annoying. MSNBC is just trying to like clickbait us into watching all of their stuff. All right. PBS NewsHour, who just had their funding cut by the Trump administration, published this earlier today.
Good evening. I'm John Yang. President Trump said today he wants all Jeffrey Epstein grand jury testimony made public as he continues to spar with parts of his political base over his handling of the matter. At the same time, Mr. Trump acknowledged that even releasing all that testimony might not be enough for the troublemakers and radical left lunatics. Earlier, Mr. Trump said that supporters pressing him to release more Epstein material are weaklings who have fallen for a Democratic hoax. With some conservative critics saying now that the president is part of a cover-up, attention is turning to the relationship between the two men. New York Times White House correspondent Luke Broadwater has written about what's known about the Trump-Epstein relationship. Luke, how far back do these two men go?
Well, we know they've known each other since at least the late 1980s or 1990, when Jeffrey Epstein purchased a property in Palm Beach. Shortly thereafter, the two men became friendly. They ran in the same circles. They were both from New York. They were both rich. They both had a love for nightlife and for attending flashy parties and being surrounded by women. And so for about 15 years, as best we can tell, they were pretty tight. Trump flew on Epstein's private jet, Palm Beach in New York at least 7 times. And it isn't until 2004 when they really have a falling out, when they become rivals over a real estate property in Florida. They both wanted the same oceanfront mansion. And Donald Trump and Epstein sort of become rivals or even enemies after that.
And after that break, after the break over the that real estate, did they ever get back together, or was that it?
Not as best we can tell. There's no public record of them interacting after about 2004. And Trump himself, after Epstein died in jail, said...
So that, that detail, something that I don't think we should forget. And Donald Trump didn't stop hanging out with Epstein because of his, activities, but because they had a freaking interpersonal dispute over a piece of real estate.
That he believed maybe innocent people could be unfairly maligned. And he even expressed sympathy for Miss Maxwell, who was Jeffrey Epstein's former girlfriend, who's now serving a prison sentence for helping him with his sex trafficking ring. And she was convicted of that and is doing a 20-year prison sentence currently.
You say he was sort of ambivalent about releasing this stuff during the campaign, but it was certainly a big part of the MAGA base that was supporting him, and now he's trying to get them to move on. Do you think they will?
It doesn't seem like it. You know, he famously bragged he could shoot someone on Fifth Avenue and wouldn't lose any supporters. This seems to be the one issue, though, where he's really put himself in a political fix. His base has been adamant that all these files be released. If you look at sort of right-wing message boards or social media posts, really ardent supporters of Donald Trump are turning on him over this issue. They're saying he's becoming, like the swamp. He's part of a cover-up. And so him saying move on does not appear to be working.
Donald Trump is the swamp. Oh, God. Donald Trump? Me? Swamp? What are they talking about? We have to lean into that one. We have to start doing some swampy thumbnails over here. Okay, how are we doing on time? Okay, we're an hour and a half in. Here's a question. If we're doing a short stream, do I do more breaks? Do I do them earlier, like every hour and a half instead of every 2 hours? I have questions. All right, let's stay on this. Let's keep going through this because we'll switch. I think we'll switch topics after the break. That's what I'm going to try and do. So let's go here. Back to MSNBC. I think this one was better, if I recall correctly. Yeah, let's talk about who the buck stops with. I've heard all sorts of theories. But supposedly it stops with Donald Trump.
Joining me now, Ankush Khardori, former federal prosecutor, now senior writer for Politico magazine. Ankush wrote this article, 3 scenarios that could explain the Epstein debacle. Ankush, thanks for being here. There's a lot to get to. But first, Senator Durbin's question about the FBI's handling of the Epstein files. How likely is it that personnel were told to flag any items related to Trump? Is that something you would expect when a sitting president has had a public relationship with a criminal suspect? Would special steps be taken by investigators, and what might they be?
I have to sincerely say that I cannot identify any sort of precedent for a situation like this. So I don't think I can point to, some example or policy or practice on the part of the government here, because this is an extraordinarily unusual situation. I will say, the mere fact that the request is made, I think it is not sort of ridiculous, right? Because
it's not just the president; it's a convicted criminal president with a convicted criminal friend. It's even weirder. I don't know if you thought about that.
Said there was some public indication that Trump had a relationship. It is the sitting president. Presumably, even if you were planning to release it, you would want to know that there were references in there to the sitting president so that you could contextualize them and explain them, or whatever the case may be if you were the attorney general.
Can I just ask, is it fair to say, based on your assessment that you've never seen anything like this, that it's fair to say that we've never had a president who has so much controversy coming at him from so many different angles?
Yeah, I mean, it certainly seems that way. I mean, he's been in public life for a long time. He's been in elite circles, political circles. Now he's been in national politics for a decade now. But his entanglements are really, I think, unlike anything we've seen before. I mean, we've not had any sort of suggestion that the sitting president might be implicated or referenced in any way in a fact pattern as unsavory and disgusting as this one.
So several Republicans,
Yeah, absolutely. Joe, 4771. Donald Trump shouldn't be involved with the DOJ. It's supposed to be a completely independent agency. But he's made it a very political, very personally involved place. Pam Bondi has jumped at the opportunity to do everything Donald Trump wants to do as the highest prosecutorial office in the land. Let's not forget Pam Bondi was involved in the case, the stolen election case. She's Trump she's 100% all the way Trump.
appear to be on board with releasing some of the Epstein documents. Here's a bit of that. Take a listen.
It's a very delicate subject, but we should put everything out there and let the people decide.
I do think there needs to be more transparency.
I think you ought to make it public. And in this case, I just say let's make it all public and get it out there.
I think the time has come for the administration to release all of the files regarding Jeffrey Epstein's investigation and prosecution.
And Ankush, ABC News reports the FBI evidence includes 40 computers and devices, 26 storage drives, 70 CDs, recording devices, photographs, travel logs, employee lists, and massage tables. What are the chances DOJ releases all this evidence?
For the moment, I think the chances are zero if they have their way, right? They've so far only said we're going to seek, and they have done that, seek the disclosure of grand jury testimony subject to court approval. But even if that approval is granted, which it may not be, that would only be a very small portion of all of the material that you just identified, a very, very small fraction. Now, I will say, ordinarily, releasing information from a closed investigation would not happen on the part of the Justice Department or the FBI. However, this administration kind of created this mess for itself by having the president, the vice president, the FBI director, and the attorney general all suggesting that this is a good idea, both before Trump re-entered office and since then. So I think, on some level, there is an expectation on the part of his supporters that he will actually satisfy a promise that he made to them.
If you were one of the prosecutors working on this case, would you have gone over Epstein's banking records as part of a sex trafficking investigation? And if so, what kinds of leads can they generate?
Yes, you would absolutely go over. Honestly, that would be one of the first things you would try to get your hands on and go over, because you'd want to see the flow of funds, both in and out of this person's account. You want to trace whether and to what extent those flows were legitimate or questionable in any way. And that actually did happen in some sense with Epstein, right? There was a very big question about whether Leon Black, or why I should say Leon Black, who was associated with Apollo, a hedge fund, had paid Epstein a very, very substantial sum of money for financial advisory services when Epstein had no qualifications in that area.
Illegal.
And so that is the sort of thing, you would expect to perhaps find anomalous transaction like that, and that you would want to follow up on in a situation like that.
Follow the rich way.
The DOJ, it's declined to comment on NBC's report that Trump is frustrated with Pam Bondi's handling of the case. But in today's political playbook, you went through how Trump's own response to this has evolved. Where do you think he's landed today?
I think that they would really like to hold the line on the position that they've taken, which is we're seeking the disclosure of grand jury testimony. It's up to the court, and they're hoping, I would think, that will satisfy their supporters and their critics alike. Now, Trump being frustrated with Bondi makes very little sense here, because he helped create this situation, and if he wanted to, this is a president who's very fond of issuing executive orders. You'll notice he has not issued an executive order directing the release of all of this information or specifying what the DOJ should or shouldn't do. He seems to be quite happy for Bondi to have to bear the brunt of this, and perhaps he's sort of helping that process along. So there you go.
All right. Well, it seems that Donald Trump is really the man in charge, like I've been saying this whole time. Pam Bondi has been doing all of his bidding, even though she is taking the brunt of the criticism to some degree, although I do feel like it's starting to crack even that. I think some people are starting to aim at Donald Trump like Nick Fuentes did earlier. And so, you know, this thing is creating a massive rift in the Republican Party right now. Whether or not the Trump administration will actually release the files ever is really a mystery. It would be incredibly incriminating, one would think, for Donald Trump in particular. Let's not forget that his administration had the files during the first term. Jeffrey Epstein died during Donald Trump's first term in jail, and they had the files. All right, one more. Then we're going to take a quick break after that, I think.
So I want to turn now to former SDNY Assistant U.S. Attorney and Westchester County DA Mimi Rocha. Mimi is an adjunct professor now at Fordham Law. Lucky students, Mimi. So release of the grand jury testimony, that requires a judge's approval. It represents, a fraction of the documents related to the investigation. Grand jury evidence often includes sensitive information, unproven allegations. Is it even legal to release these transcripts? And should the DOJ change course and release like the vast trove of other Epstein-related documents?
Well, Alex, I mean, this is such a complex area for good reason, in the sense that grand jury secrecy is one of those paramount, it's a law, it's by statute, it's not just a policy, but it is one that, prosecutors greatly respect, and agents.
I think to some degree they know that. I think that they're doing this to hopefully get turned down, right? So that they can say, oh, look, the Southern District of New York isn't allowing us to do this, right? It's not us, it's nasty liberal New York or whatever, right? Like, I think they know perfectly well that this is not something that would normally be allowed, and are just begging and praying that they get denied and they can blame someone else for this and be like, look, we want to release the files, but they won't let us release the files. It's all their fault, not us. I want you all to have the files.
One that, prosecutors greatly respect, and agents. And the reason for that, the policy behind it, is the idea that in order to get cases charged, to conduct investigations, we need witnesses, to be able to come in the grand jury and know that they are protected by that secrecy. The only thing that should come out of a grand jury, and victims as well, obviously, and third parties who may not be inculpated in any way, but their names come up in the grand jury, right? You don't want, that's why if no one is charged, nothing ever happens from a grand jury proceeding. But a grand jury proceeding is also very general. It is sort of the outgrowth of what is usually, in the federal process anyway, a longer, more comprehensive investigation. So the agents go out and they interview people and they talk to people, and the prosecutors often meet with people and talk to people. This all happens sort of before you even get to the grand jury. That's where you're doing your investigation. Once you get to the grand jury, it's kind of quite scripted. I'm not saying it's not important, but you're really guiding your grand jury presentation based on the charges you're going to bring, the individuals you believe you're going to bring them against, if the grand jury votes for it. And it's very
Yeah, I think we've mentioned this in the past. This grand jury information is not at all. It's not the files. It's not the files. So they're trying to they're trying to trick their voters into thinking that they're asking for the files when they're not, and hoping to get turned down so that they can say that they didn't get the files, even though they weren't even trying to get the files. It's like a triple head fake. Like, look, we're trying to get the files. I know you say they're not the files, but they are the files, and actually, they didn't let us do it. But you see, it's their fault. Okay. We're going to take a quick break here. Because we're doing a shorter stream, I'm going to shorten the length of the halves as well. Just want to remind everybody that we have no content goal today because it is a shorter stream. Started late, got less stuff we're talking about, but it's still going to be a fair amount of content. We've barely gotten through the first quarter of it, honestly. Maybe less. We still got a lot to talk about. Also, we're still running a galactic deficit right now. We have a financing goal. We are still $25 raised for that goal. Cash App, PayPal, Patreon goes, of course, to the galactic financing goals because we get that money immediately, if not sooner.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Although I think I might make a confetti-based goal of just for fun. Just for fun. Because I feel like you all, I feel like the confetti helps us. It makes me happy. I feel like it makes other people happy. All right, here we go. How many? Let's do all colors. Any size super chat. Could be $1. All right, how low is the lowest super chat? $1? Is it $1? I think it's $1. Confetti. All right. All right. Quick break. We'll be right back after these brief space messages. All right. I hope everybody's enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Hit that bell icon too, so you get the latest galactic notifications. Otherwise, you might miss an episode of this Spacecast. While you're at it, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as without you, we would cease to exist. That's right. This show that you are watching right now, funded by viewers like you. So many great ways for you to show your support. Like Columbia Rican has done. Super chats, super stickers, memberships. You can start one for yourself. You can gift it for another person. But if YouTube is not your style for donating, we got Cash App and PayPal, of course, and Patreon, which is the best way to get the most space benefits for your dollars. Just going on over there, $3 a month. That's right, 10 cents a day. It's basically free. You probably lose 10 cents in the couch cushion every day. Instead, you could be using it to support the stream and getting a bunch of sweet, sweet space benefits while you're at it. All right, chat. It's enough for me. Enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack. I'll be right back. face fams. I think you know what that sound means. It means it's time for us to start the show again, of course. Second half incoming. So get back in those seats. Otherwise, you're gonna miss the latest content. All right, we left off talking about the Epstein crisis that Donald Trump is having. Now, let's go to a different story that's been talked a lot about in recent days, that being the cancellation of The Late Show and of Stephen Colbert. Oh shit. Ah shit. I have no sound.
I made a huge tiny mistake.
Sam Cedar, Emma Vigeland. It is Casual Friday, ladies and gentlemen. Joining us from the Bituation Room, Francesca Fiorentini.
It's very hot in this Bituation Room. It's just, sorry, is it? It's like really hot in LA these days.
So hot right now. I see you're having to fan yourself with notes from your
Oh, there's just like a few talking points that I have.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Wonderful pals. May every day be another what is it? Wonderful secret.
You know, enigmas never age.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
Someone wrote into us and said, I didn't realize this Mountain West leftist. Those engaged in illegality frequently use coded language. Think of all the words for drugs. Enigma just so happens to be an anagram for gamine, which means girl. I can't speak French. Which means girl or young woman in French.
I mean, do we need to do this kind of thing to know?
You mean never age. Have you noticed that?
Of course I know French.
I'm still on the fence. I need more.
You need more information.
I need something else. Yeah. My God. Yeah. Beautiful time. It's been a while since I've, joined you guys. Last time things went really bad for this country. So I hope they stay at the equal amount of awful. I'm talking about, of course, in Brooklyn on that fateful night.
That was not the last time you've been on.
It was.
What? No.
That's
Sam is taking the back. That is not it.
No, that is not true.
Okay.
That is not true, says Sam. I think we should trust Francesca on this one. She's a bit more spry than Sam is getting up there in years. His memory is starting to fail. I think Francesca is right.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
You are not funny.
No, that is not true.
Okay. All right. It's
well,
getting
you're not
very
with us
hot.
in
Very hot.
That was in person, and I mean, God, having to keep it together on stage as just like Kamala, it was immediately apparent she was losing within like the first hour.
Results that came out were like, oh, she's down everywhere she needs to be doing well in, and Trump is roaring.
Yeah.
Like, well, I hope this turns around at some point in the night.
Oh man.
No, I kept on being like, no, because the early states the red states get their ballots earlier or something. It's the same day voters. It's the same day voters, guys. And then we were going back, and we went back, and now we're in the sunken place and desperately trying to get out of it. I'm actually going to be back in Brooklyn on October 13th. You guys should come. I'm also going to be in Seattle on August 1st and 2nd. Matt Lieb and I will be there, so I hope everybody gets tickets and comes to see me live.
Oh, you're going to be at the Rainier Mountain?
Rainier.
Do they still call it Mount Rainier, or did Trump change the name of that place too?
No, I think that's the colonial name. I think Mount Rainier.
I'm pretty sure they pronounce all of the letters in Rainier. I think it's pronounced Rainier. I could be wrong. That's what I've heard from people.
I think Mount Rainier is the colonial name, if I'm not mistaken. So that stays, yes, Rainier Art Center on August 2nd, 8 p.m. Ijoma Oluo, awesome author, talks a lot about Palestine. We're going to talk to her, and it'll be a good time. So come. And then Friday at Laughs Comedy. So that'll be tight. Live entertainment is getting crushed by the economy, y'all. Like, this is...
You just joined the Discord? Oh, you subbed on Patreon, and now you're wondering if there's a different Discord for the Patreon members. No. I haven't set it up yet the way that I want it to be done, so I just go one by one and add people to it. But you get a separate Discord role called Patrons, and that'll grant you access to a secret Discord channel inside of the Discord server that you're already in, assuming that you're already in the Galactic Discord.
I know we're going to talk a little bit about CBS, but it's crazy because LA obviously now is being terrorized by DHS thugs everywhere, you know, saving us from the scourge of delicious street tacos. But, you know, we're suffering, like entertainers are suffering because like the pandemic fucked us. The strikes fucked us. Sorry, I'm real F-bombs up top. And then with Trump coming back into office, it's like people don't want to spend money. They're like, you know, they're tightening their belts. They don't want to like go out. And so the thing that a lot of folks were like, well, look, if the industry's messed up, there's no writing jobs. I'm going to go back on the road. I'm going to do stand up again. I'm going to do this and that. And now people are just not buying tickets as much. So it's a rough time, but we're going to have so much fun in Seattle. So come through.
Well, if I was anywhere remotely close, I would say probably Colorado, just like, you know, Colorado probably. I would be heading to Seattle to see you guys. That sounds like a good show.
Oh, hell yeah.
Maybe absolutely. As far south as like
California.
Oh yeah. Southern California, San Diego, I would say, somewhere like that. So we will put a link to that show
Thank you.
On Saturday. Oh, so it's in 2 weeks. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Let's talk about the CBS thing. Do we have a clip of this? Do we have a clip of Colbert announcing or anything like that? No.
I can find one real quick.
Nah, that's all right. So Colbert announces, I guess it was what? He does Thursday taping. He might do that like Thursday tapes for Friday type of thing. And he announced that the show was getting canceled in like what, the spring of 26?
Yeah, May 2026 will be, I guess, his last show. So they've got around 10, 11 months left.
What's your take on this? I mean, it is the most viewed late night show by twice almost of any of its rivals. I don't know the sort of like metrics of this, but it seems a little bit suspiciously timed with.
It is. I mean, it's absolutely. Sam's absolutely right. And I have seen some of the numbers on this, and we talked about it yesterday briefly. But Stephen Colbert's show does the best numbers of all late night cable news shows. Not news show, but you get what I'm saying, like late night cable shows. They with the same format. He's killing all of them. He does better numbers on YouTube too. And and the fact is the claim that it's financial is just nonsense. The only way that it is financial is that they are hoping to make a big fat payday, specifically the main stockholder of CBS Paramount, in this deal that they're trying to do with Skydance.
Paramount's attempt to, I think it's a merger or purchase, getting purchased by Skyview television or media, I should say. And Redstone wants to make billions of dollars. And this is like a bone. They just paid $16 million to Trump over that lawsuit. That was also seems to be like just a tribute more than anything else.
He wanted like 90 billion or something insane. But yeah, it's hard not to think that this is related to their overall acquiescence to Donald Trump. Even though it sounds kind of corny and like libbed up to say that, either way, no matter how you slice it, whether this was a financial decision or whether it was a political one, I mean, can't both be true? And both are depressing as hell. My first reaction was, yo, you just took out the king of late night in a time when late night shows are struggling. Everyone's screwed. Like, what does this mean for all other late night hosts, the writers, the people who work on staff, the 200 people who work with Colbert, and on and on and on, and sort of, as I call, like the downward pressure of entertainment. You know, Colbert's going to start a podcast. It's like, I've got a podcast. You know, like these are the kinds of things where, you know, people who are trying to rise or climb or like, you know, be a writer or, you know, one day. I mean, look, you've got Taylor Tomlinson, who actually left her own late night show at midnight because she wanted to focus on stand-up. And it was kind of like, oh, they were renewed for another season, but then she wanted to go focus on stand-up. And you're like, that's great, that's great. But if you're taking out, again, the premier late night host, it really does not bode well for an industry that's already struggling and just like under the boot of, yes, mergers and private equity and all this. The fact that Stephen Colbert did his monologue about that merger and pulled no punches and about the $16 million payout to Trump, 3 days before?
Yep.
It just looks terrible. And so it either they had always planned it. I've seen some reporting. Look, they're losing $40 million a year, which is like, you lose $40 million a year on nothing. Like, come on now, we're losing $40 million a year. But either way, the optics are such that it does look like it was politically motivated. And I don't care if people think that Colbert was like Orange Man bad comedy. You know, he is an excellent host. He's an excellent entertainer, and he did great there. So yeah,
Jimmy Fallon's still over at NBC, and I don't know if he's like been relevant to the discourse in like 6 or 7 years. Like, I didn't like how Colbert handled that interview with Zohran, right?
Yeah,
but for the most part, his politics.
It was annoying. Although Sam also made the postulation, I guess you would call it, that maybe somebody in Zoran's camp actually asked to have that question be on there to quell the rumors while they're sitting there together, him and Brad Lander.
Know your theory on it, Sam, is like giving him an opportunity to address it. I mean,
so
it
no violence against Jews. Are you sure? Yeah. No violence.
And it still is lingering to the point where Zohran had to like apologize. I felt for him because it was so insane yesterday. But like the 60 Minutes thing is also a part of this picture. I feel like that's another story that we memory hold. That was basically the head of the longtime editor or producer or whatever at the top of 60 Minutes. Basically was forced out because of pressure from the top to edit and censor their coverage of Donald Trump, the president. Why would we be shocked that they would say like, Colbert's critical of him. It's expensive to employ all these writers and to do this show. Just kill it.
Yep. And it's you remember that like cancel culture. You know, I'm not sure if it started before this. I know it was more like kind of just like a turn of phrase or whatnot. And maybe it was like, you know, I don't know where exactly when you said something's canceled it came from. But initially in 2016, when Trump became president and Colbert came out swinging against him, the right freaked out and they wanted to cancel Colbert. Do you remember that? It was cancel. And since then, they've been obsessed with other people being canceled because of things they've said and free speech and all this. So there is, again, this little like lib inside of me that's very sad that like Trump won out. And he's openly gloating now about, you know, winning out. And what's interesting is they weren't even like, we're going to replace him with a half drunk guy like Fallon. You know what I'm saying? We're going to replace him with like a no talent ass like Fallon.
Yeah, they're just canceling the whole show. I mean, I found that fascinating. It seems like a weird move, right? While you're trying to sell your business, essentially, to another business, you're like actively dismantling parts of your company.
Who's never gonna like punch up ever. Sorry, but like, no, they're gonna completely get rid of the entire show altogether.
Well,
I think he's full drunk, by the way.
Yeah,
you're
that's
right.
you got to
You're
be. Don't be rude. I think you're right. I think both things can be true here. It's a twofer. I think for Paramount and Skyview, it is to grease the regulatory wheels, or to make sure that there's no friction. It really is just a tribute to Trump. But I also think, look, the writer's strike. Became the actors strike became a vehicle for these massive companies who spent billions with a B on these streaming services, only to find like, oh wait, what? It's maybe we need to bring back commercials, to go back to essentially find out that we're just gonna do TV now.
Exactly. Look at channels. Whatever's on is on. What?
And
Give this man a raise.
So this is it is a twofer for them. It is a way for them to sort of downsize. If the idea is that CBS and Paramount is going to become more a streaming service, the idea of live stuff doesn't have the same sort of allure as it used to have in some ways, and having this sense of a daily show is not necessarily the same. The habits are changing, and it's just not worth the amount of money for them to spend on it. But it is pretty nuts. And CBS, we should say, has.
Yeah, and we should remind everyone that all the other networks have their own shows, right? You got Jimmy Fallon, you got Kimmel, you got what's his name, Conan, right? But fucking Colbert is doing the best out of everyone right now. And if all the other networks can justify doing those shows, then it doesn't make any sense that they can't justify doing the Paramount can't justify doing the Colbert show on a financial basis.
A record of this. They canceled the Smothers Brothers because Nixon was mad that they were making fun of him. And talking about the Vietnam War. And so the Smothers Brothers actually got canceled directly because of political interference. But who knows? Who knows if there isn't a lawyer going around one of the guys at the FCC said, maybe if you get rid of somebody who's critical of Trump, it will be much easier for you.
Yeah. I mean,
illegal.
I agree with you. And this is it's like people are like, oh, I didn't really like Colbert. That's fine. But it is a form of censorship. And I also think the other thing is the late night monologue, right? Responding to daily news, People are on their phones getting meme jokes. And so even streaming as someone who likes topical humor, I hate monologue jokes have their limits, let's be real. But even that I think is it's just a harder sell. It's a different beast.
Yep. I mean, it's an end of an era in a way. And Stephen Colbert has been on the air for decades now. People claiming he's not funny.
You are not funny.
Are losing their minds. That's not the reason he's losing his job. It's almost definitely a political / it's a business decision, but I don't think it has anything to do with the profitability of the show, right? It's got everything to do with the merger. But they continue to push that narrative. Even PBS is doing a story about this.
Broadcast television's highest-rated late-night talk show, The Late Show with Stephen Colbert, is being canceled. Last night, Colbert announced the change, which took him and many in the industry by surprise. Paramount, CBS's parent company, called it purely a financial decision. But as our Stephanie Sy reports, the timing is raising questions.
If a bombshell can be casually dropped, he did it.
Next year will be our last season. The network will be ending The Late Show in May. And
A chorus of boos when Stephen Colbert announced the cancellation of the long-running Late Show at the taping for last night's program.
It's not just the end of our show, but it's the end of the Late Show on CBS. I'm not being replaced. This is all just going away.
Colbert, who took on politics and President Trump in sharp-tongued monologues, will end his 10-year run next May. This despite the show being nominated for its 33rd Emmy just this week. In a statement, CBS and parent company Paramount called the change purely a financial decision, adding it is not related in any way to the show's performance, content, or other matters happening at Paramount. Despite being the highest-rated legacy late-night show, Colbert's program only averages 2.4 million viewers a night. Declining ad revenue and a shift to streaming have upended broadcast networks' traditional business model. But for many, the timing suggests there may be other reasons for the Late Show's demise. Paramount is in the midst of a multi-billion-dollar merger with movie studio Skydance, a deal that will require the Trump administration's sign-off.
This settlement is for a nuisance lawsuit Trump filed.
And on Monday, Colbert's monologue made no bones about his take on the company's $16 million settlement with the president over a 60 Minutes interview.
Now, I believe this kind of complicated financial settlement with a sitting government official has a technical name in legal circles. It's big fat bribe.
Colbert took over the Late Show chair in 2015 after a 22-year run by the show's original host, David Letterman. Last year, he told NewsHour anchor Amna Nawaz he relished the work, even in trying times.
It's a gift to us that we get to go out there and do the jokes for the audience, and we get to realize that we're not crazy. And that
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Pitchfork Dragon with the sweet, sweet super chat. Wait. Almost effed off without sending a super chat. Love the show, GSL. You're all caps, legitimately making the world a better place by doing this. Much appreciated, pal. And I appreciate the sentiment in that super chat as well.
these things that are driving us crazy or making us anxious are also resonating with the audience.
President Donald Trump today expressed his satisfaction with the cancellation, saying, "I absolutely love that Colbert got fired." For more on all of this and the many questions being raised about this decision, I'm joined by NPR's television critic Eric Deggans. Eric, thanks so much for joining the NewsHour. You just heard President Trump's gleeful reaction there. How does that fit into the questions surrounding this move by CBS and whether it was truly just a financial decision or one, as critics say, to appease President Trump?
Well, CBS has insisted in statements that this was a financial decision. And of course, those of us who've been watching the late night space for a while know that viewership has been dropping, ad revenue has been dropping, and a lot of the shows have been trying to find ways to cut costs. Late night with Seth Meyers, for example, let go of its in-house band last year to try and save money. And CBS wound up walking away from James Corden, and also the show After Midnight, shows that aired after Colbert, probably because they cost too much and they weren't making money. So obviously there is some truth to this idea that there was a financial incentive here, but the backdrop, of course, is that Paramount, the owner of CBS, is trying to complete a sale to Skydance Media. They need federal approval for it to happen. And of course, everyone understands that the Trump administration can punish media outlets that it views as in opposition to their goals.
I mean, he's not supposed to be able to, but he is doing it. This president is doing it. I know that much. Yeah. Living in crazy times. The fact that these news organizations are just doing everything they can to appease the president rather than just do the news. And that there's an attack on media throughout this entire sort of moment, not just from the president. I mean, PBS, who we were just listening to, just got their funding cut. And they basically, all of a sudden, overnight, turned into a private news organization, not a public one. They are no longer publicly funded. All right, let's go here to CNN. Last one on the Stephen Colbert situation.
If Terrible Optics could talk, they'd give an opening monologue on this one. CBS canceling Stephen Colbert and its late-night franchise altogether, citing a money decision. But it is notable for its timing, given that just a couple of weeks ago, the company settled with Donald Trump over a bogus lawsuit, and just days after the late-night host ripped that idea on air.
Now, I believe this kind of complicated financial settlement with a sitting government official has a technical name in legal circles. It's big fat bribe. Because this all comes as Paramount's owners are trying to get the Trump administration to approve the sale of our network to a new owner, Skydance.
And now senators are demanding answers about whether the cancellation was just political. So it's just the new reality for old TV and linear television, or is it a chilling episode of free speech being under attack in the Trump era?
It's B. And yeah, and it's really, really, it's not about Stephen Colbert, who is wonderful. Right. You know, no one's precious, right? We could all be fired at any moment. It's about the bigger picture. It's about Donald Trump going out and saying, I've been beating the media, AKA the First Amendment. I've been beating them. He can say that credibly to his audience because CBS and ABC capitulated and paid him tribute. And we'll see who else continues to do that. So he gets this talking point that he's been beating us because they let him beat them. So it doesn't almost matter if this is political, financial. The perception is it's political. The perception is this was a bribe to condition a favorable environment for Skydance going forward. And that's really, really a shame.
Reinforced this in a Truth Social post saying, I absolutely love that Colbert got fired. His talent was even less than his ratings. I hear Jimmy Kimmel is next. He even has less talent than Colbert. Look, Trump is happy about this, but on the Skydance part of it, the reporting is that the likely incoming new owner of CBS was just in to see the FCC chairman this week. And they also had, they had to give a filing on this. Here's what it says that they discussed. We discussed Skydance's commitment to unbiased journalism and its embrace of diverse viewpoints, principles that will ensure CBS's editorial decision-making reflects the varied ideological perspectives of American viewers.
And this is crazy because what Trump is doing is running around bullying people when they hurt his feelings. And if you look at Stephen Colbert's show, he talks trash about everybody. And the idea that he's happy that Colbert's show got canceled because there's a merger he wants to happen is another example. Has there been another president that has spent more time litigating against media outlets?
No, of course not.
No.
But I mean, this is, will we ever know if this is why it happened because of the parent company in the merger? No, but also yes. Because you know why? You don't kill your cash cow. I mean, TV's losing money across networks and that's the trend that we're going. But Stephen Colbert is #1 and has been for a long time. Also, Stephen Colbert.
9 seasons in a row, 9 years in a row, he's been #1. It's honestly shocking how much he basically dominates the space. Because if you claim that it's not worth it, like that show is not worth it for the money, right? Then you're basically saying all late night should just be canceled. Columbia Rican with another sweet super chat. We're getting pretty close to reaching. Oh no, never mind. I forgot it was 10. Huh. Either way, we are making some progress on that confetti goal. Trump is just a Karen with too much power.
That's too much, man!
It is too much. You're right. It is right, and he's dangerous. It's making everybody less safe. Yeah, and this is a troubling story. ProPublica published this to their YouTube page yesterday. We're going to move on to talking about immigration policy in the United States, which is still in a horrifying state, of course. This is a pretty this is a pretty fucked up story. Let's go here. In March 2024, Jose Manuel Ramos Bastidas secured an appointment through the CBP One app to enter the United States. What was that last piece? He was immediately detained. More than 10 months later, when the news of the first Venezuelans being sent to Guantanamo became public, his wife recorded a video of him from detention in Texas. We asked her to play the video for us. Hello, my name is Jose Manuel Ramos Bastidas. I'm 30 years old. I was detained on March 19th, 2024, crossing the border. They detained me simply because of my tattoos. I am not a criminal. On the 11th, it's been more than 10 months since I was deported. On the 11th of this month, February, they moved me from Stewart Detention Center. They told me I would be taken to Venezuela. ICE even gave me a paper that said I would be deported to Venezuela. And supposedly a plane was waiting for me because I was going to Venezuela. Here is the paper. They told me I would be deported to Venezuela. And that I would be allowed to enter the country for 5 years. I haven't committed any crimes. I was simply judged because of my tattoos. I am not a criminal. I have a family. I am simply a hard-working Venezuelan. I haven't committed any crimes. I don't have a criminal record in my country or anywhere else. Just in case something happens to me, so you can be aware, because I'm not a criminal to be sent to another detention center. Just as they are taking people to Guantanamo, I am not a criminal. For them to be sending me there because a tattoo does not make me a criminal. Ramos was one of more than 230 Venezuelans sent to the Secot prison in El Salvador. On March 15th, Tristan McLaughlin, an assistant secretary at DHS, said that Ramos was a terrorist who was flagged as a member of the Venezuelan gang Tren de Aragua by law enforcement at his CBP-1 appointment. In court records, his lawyers said that the U.S. authorities wrongfully identified him as a gang member based on his tattoos and an unsubstantiated report from Panamanian officials. It's fucked up. That is fucked up. This guy shouldn't have been picked up in the first place. Is sitting in Secot probably right now. Although it's possible that's changed, actually, in recent hours. Actually, there may have been a change to that. Hopefully, he was one of the people that got to leave. Although I don't know. I don't have a list. No idea. Probably just being overly optimistic about that. It's such a fucked up story. This guy's done nothing wrong.
Sam Cedar, Emma Vigeland. It's Casual Friday. Want to welcome back to the program Kyle Kulinski, host of the Crystal Kyle and Friends show and the Kyle Kulinski show. Kyle Kulinski, welcome to the program.
Thanks for having me, guys. I appreciate it.
I just got to say, because of the ad I just did, folks are writing in about making sure that you use a GFCI outlet for anything that is near water in your bathroom. And yes, I think we all know that. That's an obvious thing.
I'm glad we got that out of the way.
Yes,
I did not know that, and I would have electrocuted my butthole, but thanks for telling me.
There you go. Be careful.
You know, what this show needs is more bidet talk. That's what the show needs.
I think it's got to be, I think those outlets, though, honestly, it's code at least 24 inches. Anything within 24 inches of water has got to be a one of those outlets because it has an automatic circuit breaker.
They'll get rid of that rule soon too, though. They're working on deregulating that as we speak.
Exactly. We don't need those type of regulations.
That's how you're gonna die, Sam. Electrocuted on the toilet from your bidet.
I can think of a lot worse ways to go. All right, let's get into this. We're watching, of the many things that were horrific in that bill that passed a week or two ago, the immigration thing, I think, is going to be the thing that we feel most dramatically over the coming, 6 months. I mean, ICE right now has something like, what was the number of employees that work at ICE? I had this here. It is fascinating to see how dramatic this budget, 20,000 employees at ICE right now. They're going to increase the size of ICE by 50%. They are pulling guys who work in like major crimes unit at ICE, like dealing with, cartels and big drug runners. They're pulling them off now to arrest moms or grandmothers. What are you anticipating with this, Kyle?
I mean, I'm anticipating what we're seeing now ramped up tenfold. I think that with a budget of like $170 billion, they're not exactly hiding the fact that I think they're going to start very openly and brazenly going after not only legal immigrants as they already are, but I think American citizens. I mean, Trump has openly said multiple times that we got the homegrowns. We got to get rid of these homegrowns. They're a problem. And so we already got a report that about 70 American citizens were deported in Trump's first term. And I would venture a guess that we're at least at a couple hundred or maybe over 1,000 already, because he's treating ICE like his Gestapo. That's what it is. Now the ICE budget is bigger than like the Israeli military budget. What are you planning on doing with all those personnel? And by the way, they're also like deputizing Proud Boys and white nationalists to be the ICE Gestapo. They're pulling over random cars on a Tennessee highway. I covered a story on that recently. And I mean, you see what they're doing. They're going into doctors' offices and Walmarts and Home Depots, and just expect this in every city. Trump's now saying the next ones are New York and DC, where he's going to try to do the same sort of federal crackdown like we're witnessing in LA right now.
It's sort of fascinating to me. We were talking to someone from LA Taco, which was a online like foodie site focused on tacos and community reporting that have basically become a clearinghouse for all of these reports about ICE and all of the stuff that's happening in LA. And the host, Memo, I can't remember his last name, but Memo Torres was talking about how like so much of this stuff does not get reported outside of even just their website, never mind on the local news. And that to me is sort of shocking. I mean, when you think about how much the Trenta Agua, which we never hear about anymore, all of a sudden they just, melted away. But how much we heard about that versus, what is actually happening in terms of so-called criminal enforcement.
Yeah, no, it's night and day. I mean, they spent the entire election fear-mongering, claiming that Donald Trump took the presidency, since he actually was inaugurated. They've been doing this over and over again. Just fear-mongering. Fear-mongering with no basis of reality. We're being invaded, but no one knows where the war is being fought. Filled with gangs, and then we're deporting grandmas and kids with cancer.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, it is truly, truly difficult to keep up because every day there's another 12 different absolute horror stories. I mean, I'm still thinking of the 288 people who were rounded up and sent to a concentration camp in El Salvador. No due process whatsoever. 90% of them have no criminal record whatsoever. Somebody had a tattoo for his brother with autism, and they said it was a gang tattoo, and they sent him there. Somebody had a mom and dad tattoo, and they said that's a gang tattoo, and they sent him there. I mean, how many stories like this are out there now? We just got word that we already have an innocent person who was sent to Alligator Alcatraz, as they call it. Person had no criminal record whatsoever. They didn't fill out, they forgot to fill out one form for their immigration paperwork, and now they're being sent there. And look, I mean, I think they're going to continue down this path, and they're going to create more effectively concentration camps. If you are throwing out due process, throwing out habeas corpus, rounding up whoever you want, and locking them up, then there's no other thing to call that but a concentration camp. So, I mean, I truly fear for the future of this country. I don't see how we get out of this without having basically like new Nuremberg trials and locking up Stephen Miller and locking up Kristi Noem and returning rule of law, because this is the most lawless thing I've ever seen. I mean, this is like looking at what Bush did overseas. This is like the imperial boomerang, where now it's come back to our country and they're even escalating it here.
Yes, it's, I think, really important to put it in the context of the war on terror. You know, we would not be in this situation if, well, first of all, ICE was a creation of like the post 9/11 world war on terror kind of expansion of the surveillance state and of like federalizing this kind of policing. But it is a failure of the Democrats, who didn't seek accountability for the war criminals in the Bush administration, and who kind of continued this level of just rolling back of rights, or didn't at least aggressively attempt to curtail it. And we're in this situation in part because of the expansion of the national security state after 9/11.
Not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent at
Yeah,
this
I mean, the
juncture.
Democrats, you know, refusing to prosecute Bush, refusing to prosecute Cheney, making torture just a matter of opinion. Obama saying we look forward, we don't look backwards. That then made it just a difference of opinion as to whether or not your administration tortures. And now we've gone further than that. And now it's, when it comes to due process and habeas corpus, that's just a matter of opinion. And I guess the thing that shocks me the most is the lack of the hair on fire approach. I mean, this truly is a hair on fire moment. And the immigration numbers are plummeting for Trump, even with the Democrats not talking much about immigration.
Yes, and Kyle makes a very cogent point there. I mean, that is astute observation for sure. The fact is, his numbers are going down on this, even though Democrats refuse to say a goddamn thing. They have no immigration policy. They have the only thing they're capable of saying is, we want what Republicans want. We're just going to do it slightly nicer. And that's ridiculous.
This is ridiculous.
Like they need to grow some spines over there and actually find a way to message on this issue. It's pathetic. And they continue leaving all these different voids, which is what has allowed Donald Trump to take power in the first place. When they will learn, if they will ever learn, I do not know. Not one Democrat attempted to attend a meeting, a press conference being held by Kristi Noem in Tennessee earlier. Justin Jones, I believe he's a local, I think he's a representative in
everything for legal purposes.
I think House.
I've never had been racially
House.
profiled.
I think it's in the House. I'm fairly certain.
Everything for legal purposes to know who, because I've never had been racially profiled before. So I just want to understand. I just want to understand why we're being racially profiled, because we were allowed to come in, and this gentleman says you're not welcome here. The Tennessee Highway Patrol and Department of Homeland Security of our state, he said, ask the federal government. This is the only opportunity we have to question the federal government. Again, she's in our district, in our home. This district overwhelmingly is diverse and multiracial. Every other event we've had here in the airport, we've been allowed as representatives. This is the first time I'm being told as a House representative that I'm not allowed to attend an event from the administration. We were here with Secretary Buttigieg. We were here for every event they've had at the airport. This is the first time that we're told we're not welcome here. In fact, you saw they let us in, but somebody from Secretary Noem's staff came over and said we don't want him here specifically. I'm here simply to support veterans, and also because I want to get answers from my constituents.
How dare he try and get answers for his constituents?
Harassed and who've been brutalized by ICE here in Nashville. I just want to know from the Secretary, where are the people of my district? I represent the 52nd House District, which this airport sits in. It's the most diverse district in the state of Tennessee.
It's ridiculous. This is ridiculous.
This is ridiculous.
This man is a elected representative of the U.S. government. This airport is in his district, and he's being told he's not allowed to enter the airport? I'm sorry. What?
A what now?
How? How do you keep this man out of the airport that is in his own district? I don't understand. Sorry, sir, you don't have a ticket. No, sorry. Sorry.
harassed and who've been brutalized by ICE here in Nashville. I just want to know from the Secretary, where are the people of my district? I represent the 52nd House District, which this airport sits in. It's the most diverse district in the state of Tennessee. Many of my constituents were impacted by the ICE raids. I simply wanted to just hear the Secretary's support of veterans, and also get questions as to what happened to my constituents who were taken by ICE in the beginning of May. 196 ICE arrests, the majority of whom never committed a crime in the city of Nashville, never been charged with a crime, yet were taken, and many of them we don't know what happened to them. So I'm going to leave willingly, because this is not on the police or the airport staff. This is on Secretary Noem, who refuses to answer questions, who's scared to talk to lawmakers, and who's hiding behind secrecy because she knows what she's doing is on the wrong side of history. I understand.
Here we go. Representative Justin Jones in Tennessee, in his own district, being barred from entering the airport to attend a Kristi Noem press conference being held there. That is ridiculous. Columbia Rican with a sweet, sweet super chat. I just noticed this in the chat a moment ago, but I see plainclothed and unmarked cars, ICE, all over my neighborhood now. It's getting very scary here. Well, stay safe over there, Columbia Rican. Stay safe. Document. There's two things to do. Also, thank you for the super chat. Well, I feel like the message in the super chat is almost more important. God. All right. I'm going to try and keep doing this. I am alarmed by that super chat, not going to lie. I'm alarmed. But it's happening all across the country. We just gave them more money than we gave to Ukraine and Israel last year. We just gave ICE that $175 billion. They said, I mean, literally, they said as much. We're going to go to every single neighborhood. We're going to go all around. Just you wait till when I get that money. Just you wait and you'll see. Gonna step it right up. Now, at this press conference, Kristi Noem was asked a question. She was asked why she refuses to release the names of the people that she's deporting.
Yes.
President Noem, you speak of the worst of the worst that the Trump administration is going after. You see these four individuals here. 70% of them you say that ICE is picking up have criminal convictions and charges. Why not release their names in the rap sheets and investigate?
Well, many times the investigations are still ongoing, or they have lawyers where there's appeals going on, and so we follow the rule of law and give everybody their due process rights, but make sure that we're pursuing these criminal cases so that these individuals can face consequences for their crimes. This office here specifically is one of the most outstanding offices that we have in this nation for going after child exploitation rings and child trafficking and human trafficking. So I'm so thankful for their investigative work. They're breaking up trafficking rings that have been filled.
I wonder if they've substantiated any of these claims that they are making about these people. Like this, isn't this? I mean, oh my God. They probably have done no actual investigative work. They just chose a country and a noun. Just, it's disgusting. Hold on. Where's this next question? This is not the question that
Violent rapist or abuser, that they're facing consequences in their home country as well. Said in the media, if there is someone that's in this country illegally and they're concerned about being here and interacting with our immigration officials, go home. You have the opportunity today to go back to your home country. If you go home, we will buy you a plane ticket. We will, when you land, give you $1,000 so that you can get started on your feet and
Aren't I a
provide
good
food
guy?
and housing for your family. And you have the opportunity to come back to the United States the right way. You have the opportunity to come here and to pursue the American dream. But if you wait until you get detained by our officers and get encountered or are
get encountered, if they encounter you, I mean, that people are already doing exactly what they're supposed to be doing. They're contacting immigration services. They're going to immigration hearings. And they're getting picked up at those hearings by ICE. So you can do everything right. You can be talking to all of the authorities and still be kept from, have your rights taken away from you.
Surrounded by individuals who are breaking the law and get deported.
If you just happen to be near other people breaking the law, that's justification.
Or get the chance to come back to the United States of America. And many of the times when I've traveled to these other countries and visited with their presidents and their governments, they have established now programs to help support their citizens that are coming back to their countries. Many of these countries are setting up loan programs for houses when people come back.
But don't you see, your life would be so much better outside of America. You can get a loan, you can get a house, you can be not in the United States.
For jobs that they need to have filled in their countries. They're giving children scholarships that are coming home so they can get an education and get their feet under them. So when you look at Guatemala, Honduras, Colombia,
Aren't I a good guy?
Panama, many of these countries, Mexico that I've visited, many of them are setting up programs so that when people do come home, that they have the opportunity to have a job and an education that they've never had before. And I'm proud of that work that's being done so that when it...
Somewhere in here she gets asked the question, why not release the names? I can't find the spot. If I recall correctly, Kristi Noem says something about privacy, I think, or something to that effect, which was strange to me because she has all of these massive pictures accusing these people of crimes that I'm assuming have not been substantiated in court. Yeah, if Justin Jones had not been, withheld from entering the airport in his own district, he might have been able to ask some questions of Kristi. All right, let's go to L.A. Talk about what ICE have been doing in that county.
Sam Cedar, Emma Vigland on the Majority Report. It's a real pleasure to welcome to the program Memo Torres, director of the award-winning street-level journalism outlet LA Taco. Memo, thanks for joining us. How did you start this journalistic project?
Well, I came on board in 2019. LA Taco started off as a blog in 2005, 2006. Mostly focused on like weed, graffiti, and tacos. And then in 2018, when LA Weekly got bought by billionaires and then they fired all their staff, the co-founders felt there was a void here for some alternative street level news. So LA Taco already kind of having a following, relaunched as a publication with the help of Daniel Hernandez, who's now the food editor over at LA Times. I knew Daniel, so I kind of started helping out, and one thing led to another, and now we're here. So we've been covering journalism in Los Angeles now for about 6 years, since 2018. 7 years? Yeah, it's been a minute. But yeah, we've been covering, the police, local politics, art, culture, and food, which especially includes tacos.
And my understanding is that you guys have obviously, in the wake of what's been going on with ICE over the past several months, have basically dedicated
Why is Sam's
a lot
audio
of your
so low?
resources to becoming.
Is it full volume? It is weird.
Almost like a clearinghouse for reports on what ICE is doing.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of found ourselves at a intersection here of ICE attacking specifically communities we cover. We pride ourselves in covering all of LA, especially parts that kind of get overlooked by larger media outlets, which is where ICE is really attacking. They're also attacking a lot of the street vendors, which is something that we specialize in covering. So we kind of found ourselves in this position to, really know and have connections all over LA and being able to talk effectively about all the situation and cover it really well. So, yeah.
You won awards previously, I was seeing, for your food journalism, and that that combination of kind of being embedded in the community, I feel like, and covering LA the way you do, probably puts you in a unique position right now, because frankly, we're still not seeing the national coverage, I think, that is like requisite to meet the moment of what's happening in LA right now. What I'm hearing from my friends out there is that it is a horrifying scene and that there are folks who are afraid to go out in public. And communities are ghost towns at the moment because everyone's afraid of this ICE Gestapo ruining their lives and tearing their family apart.
Yeah, it's really, I mean, it's almost like a cleansing of our communities in a way, because the amount of street vendors that are out is down way low. I at least half the street vendors are gone, if not more. Communities that are largely Hispanic are really being hit hard economically. People don't want to go out on the streets. People are ordering food, picking up to go. They're getting taken when they're trying to go to the market, you know. They'll follow them to the market parking lots and take them from the market parking lots when they're trying to get food. Gardeners are being taken off the streets. Street vendors, people from bus stops, people at the bus stops just trying to go to work are getting taken by ICE. It's a frightening situation for a lot of the communities, especially Latino communities in Los Angeles.
Give us a sense of like what, how much was the communities that you cover and report on now and just were obviously embedded in, how prepared were they for this? I mean, in the wake of the Trump, is there a level of sort of like surprise, or were people sort of gearing up for something like this?
No, I don't think anybody expected this to happen. I mean, you know, Trump had talked about going after the violent criminals, right? He didn't ever talk about going after people at their workplaces, people at their courthouses, people trying to sell food on the streets, people mowing lawns. There was never any discussion of that. So,
yeah, and it's, you know, this whole thing is incredibly frustrating. It is horrifying, and it's, for many people, it's terrifying, and it is keeping people from just living their lives, from living their regular ass lives. You know, he just described people just doing super normal stuff, working, trying to get to work, like just living just going about their day, having to live in fear, or even maybe not living in fear, and then suddenly being grabbed up, not expecting it, all sorts of things. You know, it's just this cannot go on for 4 years. You know, like this right here is, all of this is destroying this country. All of the stuff that Donald Trump is doing, but especially stuff like this.
People were vastly unprepared, and it was completely unexpected, to the point where you have, you know, a lot of people that had voted for Trump being like, whoa, this is not what we voted for. You know, there's a lot of backlash towards fellow Latinos that voted for Trump. I think when it all happened, it was June 6th, and it started off with the first ICE raid in the garment district at an apparel company. And that just kind of sent shockwaves, because the way they came in hard, fast, took, I don't know, like 20 or 30 something people. People came out immediately on the streets to confront them. One person got in front of a minivan, an ICE agent driving a minivan with people in it. He drove, just hit the gas pedal, almost ran him over, knocked the guy back on his head. Guy luckily survived. But just, we've seen reckless behavior and actions from ICE, Border Patrol, wherever these mass agents are.
How?
Yep, and we have no idea of knowing who they are. There's no accountability. There's, you know, they're not being forced to follow the laws. I mean, Border Czar Tom Homan basically came out and said, what is probable cause? If you look brown and you sound, you know, foreign, or you're landscaping, you know, or you're selling tacos, that's good enough. That's good enough to get picked up. It's a terrible time to live in. I swear to God. Perhaps the worst timeline possible right now that we are living in.
Well, I woke up this morning with my mind set on freedom. We who believe in freedom cannot rest.
Let's go now! ICE out! Trump out! ICE out! Trump out! We are not going to do this through waiting for elections and politicians. We are not going to do this through...
This is not America anymore. This is Trump and Miller and those behind Project 25. To see citizens, to see people in this country legally snatched off the street and disappeared. It's not supposed to be happening here, but it's happening. And it's got to stop.
A lot of folks think that democracy just happens, but it doesn't. You have to show up, you have to be present, you have to speak up.
This is contagious! I'm glad we're organizing, and I'm obviously glad we're organizing here.
Fighting for our democracy, which seems to be crashing, and women's rights. I grew up in the 60s, and I fought this battle 50 years ago, and it's very sad to see things going backwards.
I think that the dehumanization of people is monstrous, and I feel like I made my sign double-sided. I feel like it's very important to protect human rights.
Well, there we go. People coming out speaking against the fascist Trump agenda. Getting into good trouble, as many of those signs said. People coming out against ICE and all sorts of other things the Trump administration is doing. Let's continue talking about immigration and how everything they seem to be doing is...
This is there here in the...
racist. And that they've basically been racially profiling people. Just throwing them in prisons and asking... and not asking any questions.
To this topic, I'm going to withdraw my motion.
The motion has been withdrawn. Well, then I will now recognize Ms. Ramirez for 5 minutes for her questioning.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Ranking Member Thompson. It's been a long time in this committee, but I want to start by talking about civil society, because civil society, in my opinion, is the first line of defense for our communities when authoritarianism, like the one that the president is attempting on our democracy, tries to attack us. And when Trump demands a public enemy and abuses our authority to target them, it is civil society that holds the line. I find it deeply undemocratic and un-American and unacceptable that my Republican colleagues are targeting more than 212 organizations across the country that assist community members, including immigrant children, since we've been talking about children as if you care about immigrant children, and asylum seekers to meet their basic needs. So I want to make sure that I remind my colleagues, since we've been here for a while, that Secretary Noem and this administration, a couple of things. First of all, crossing a border to the US to request the opportunity to apply for asylum is actually legal. Adjusting your status, if you have a pathway to do so, is legal. Supporting immigrants to apply for asylum, TPS, parole, and other forms of relief is legal. Supporting people to become United States citizens is also legal. Look, Republicans are going to lie and gaslight us all to help their fascist boss suppress dissent. Let me ask you, who drags the reputations of essential nonprofits in our communities? I'll tell you who. Authoritarians, bullies, these weak wannabe kings who are scared of civil society because they uphold the democracy. This hearing has been unserious, especially since the illegal and unlawful activities are actually being perpetrated by the people in the White House, the cabinet, and Republican leadership.
Illegal.
Tom Homan said during an interview that ICE officers and Border Patrol agents don't need any probable cause to walk up to someone, question them, and detain them based on their physical appearance, occupation, or location. So he basically said that if someone looks like me and a couple of colleagues here, they can walk up and question us. That is racial profiling, which is illegal. At the same time, Homan consistently complains about the communities, like the one I represent from Chicago, for knowing their rights, because if they know their rights, it's harder for him to violate them. Tom Homan's disregard for our rights is unconstitutional. And since Mr. Homan, AKA the border czar, has the audacity to repeatedly brag about his legal immigration enforcement practices and disrespect due process, I demand he come before us to respond to the multitude of questions we have for him in person. But not just him. Governor Ron DeSantis of Florida is complicit in the construction of the alligator Alcatraz and the violations of human rights being perpetrated there. Florida's replica of one of our most notorious prisons is a clear illustration of the brutality of the Trump administration. They unlawfully robbed funds from cities supporting asylum seekers to build a CCOT-like detention center in one of the most dangerous places in the United States.
Help!
Yet,
I'm being repressed!
DeSantis has the audacity to repeatedly brag about the inhumane conditions at Alligator Alcatraz and celebrate the violence being perpetrated with American tax dollars. Governor DeSantis must testify before this committee and provide answers to our questions about the atrocities being committed in his state. And he should also bring Secretary Marco Rubio. Because the truth is, we shouldn't be sending people to foreign countries when they may face torture and death with no chance for due process or appeal, particularly.
Exactly. Exactly. Delia Ramirez speaking truth at the House Homeland Security Committee, claiming that that ICE is racially profiling people, which is, of course, illegal. And then violating those people's rights once again by putting them in inhumane conditions in Alligator Alcatraz. Also illegal. And that Ron DeSantis possibly complicit in those crimes. Ron DeSantis, he doesn't understand why everybody's so worked up about this Alligator Alcatraz thing. Totally safe to put people in the middle of the Everglades in some tents with inadequate everything. I mean, inadequate water, inadequate access to lawyers, inadequate access to, I mean, supposedly food and all sorts of other things that you're supposed to give to prisoners. Although they're not prisoners because nobody's been convicted of a crime, they're just... what is the word for this? I mean, they're just extrajudicially renditioned people into a concentration camp. That's what they are.
The problem worse.
Detention centers. What's the status with Camp Landing?
So I had mentioned this the other day when I was in Northeast Florida. We sent out the request, the RFP for Blanding. I think that there are a number of people that submitted bids. What I've told the DEM is I'm willing to do Blanding once Alligator Alcatraz is filled. And so the DHS has started moving in a significant number of people. I think you're going to, and they're starting to deport people from there too. Remember, this is not the Ritz-Carlton, okay? we're not doing this just to let people.
The audience loved that.
Have,
wow, these psychopaths in the audience loved that. This is not the Ritz-Carlton. Yeah.
Give me a joke. You are not funny.
Food and shelter, although they do get that, but that's not, and all the minimum standards are upheld. But the reality is it's there to be a quick processing center so that we have a runway right there, they can just be flown back to.
Wait, so in the same thought, Ron DeSantis goes from saying this is going to be a quick processing center to also say that that they're going to need more beds because it's going to get filled up at Alcatraz. So that seems a little contradictory to me. But, go fuck yourself, okay, Ron? You go fuck yourself, pal. All right, we are going to take another quick break. Instead of doing 2 hours per half, today we're doing 1.5 hour halves. Partially because I feel like it extends the stream for people just a little bit. I get a few extra breaks. Because we have less content to do today. That's why we didn't do a regular goal. That's why we have a confetti-only goal. We're going to get all the content, I promise. That is 100% my plan right now. We're going to wrap up discussing immigration. I'm going to get back to it in the third half. Talking about, we got a bunch of things actually to talk about in the third half. Sort of a grab bag of U.S. topics. Let's not forget, everyone, that we are still running a galactic deficit, and we need your help to help finance. That's right, deficit financing. Gotta fund the galactic government. Otherwise, the stream's gonna stop existing. Cash App, PayPal, and Patreon memberships, both new and upgraded, get counted towards the goal. Speaking of which, somebody just became a new patron over there on Patreon. Great life choice. Great life choice. I support that. Hold on. It's only $3 a month, guys. $3 a month on Patreon. Very affordable. All right, galactic deficit. Now we have raised $28. Slow but clear progress that we are making in that right direction. Keeping the lights on, the space station. All right, quick break. We'll be right back after these brief space messages. Alrighty, I hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Hit that bell icon too, so you get the latest galactic notifications on YouTube. Now, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals such as yourself. So many great ways, of course, for you to help the cause, show your support. YouTube, Super Chat, Super Stickers, and memberships. Cash App and PayPal. But of course, the best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go onto Patreon. And become a Galactic Patron. It's $3 a month. It'll get you a whole bunch of sweet, sweet space benefits. Stuff like an avatar. That's right, you could be sitting poolside right now, grilling it out with the space crew. Or maybe sipping a cool drink by the bar. Maybe you prefer a little boating at the Space Lake. And of course, for those, the darker soul, we've got the galactic streets. But it's a party. It's a party up in here. All right. But not only do you get an avatar of your choosing, you get a shout out every stream, secret Discord channel in the Discord server, and much, much more. So just go on to the Patreon, click the link in the chat or in my bio, and find out what lies in store for space fams such as yourself. Anyway, chat, that's enough for me. Enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack. And I will be right back. right, everybody. I think you knows what that sound means. Of course, it means it is time for us to get back to the stream. Third half. Starting much earlier than usual. By a full hour. Because we are taking more breaks on this stream than normal. That's right, it just means we get longer stream. You should be happy about this, chat. Alright, like I said, third half about to begin. So take those seats, Space Fams, otherwise you're gonna miss the beginning. And we are gonna start this off talking about Mahmoud Khalil, who did an interview with BBC News earlier on Saturday. Let's see how this went.
Mahmoud Khalil is a Columbia University graduate. He was arrested by US immigration agents on the 8th of March. The US government wanted to deport him, arguing his activism was detrimental to its foreign policy interests. But in late June, after spending more than 100 days in immigration detention, a federal judge ruled that Mr. Khalil was not a flight risk or threat to his community and could be released. Mahmoud Khalil sat down with our correspondent Noem Iqbal and told her about his experience.
Being separated from Noor at the time of her pregnancy was the most horrifying thing that happened to me, and that was the only thing that I was thinking about. I wasn't really much concerned about my my deportation as much as I was concerned about the well-being of Noor. About the just like being with her, about what's actually happening there, and I was fearing the moment of like the birth of my son would come and I wouldn't be there.
You did ask though, didn't you?
We did ask, and that was again the minimum that they could do. However, you know, what happens is not about bureaucracy. It was measured, calculated cruelty by the administration against me. They wanted, the Trump administration wanted to make an example out of me so that anyone who dared to speak against this administration and speak against Israel crimes in Palestine, they would be punished. And this is what he wanted. Of course, he did not get that, and yeah, this is what should scare everyone in this country. Everyone should be scared of this administration's overreach and just a blatant ignorance of the rule of law, of due process, because it's not about non-citizens or about Palestinians. It's about anyone who dares to speak against power in this country.
Illegal. Getting on to the Trump administration, they have accused you of being anti-Semitic, a Hamas supporter, and they say that your actions pose a threat to US foreign policy and their big foreign policy is to crack down on anti-Semitism. What do you say to those accusations?
These accusations are absurd and dangerous at the same time. And I take anti-Semitism and...
It is so ridiculous. I mean, the Trump administration needs to turn its looking glass inward for some anti-Semitism. I mean, Elon Musk, double Nazi salute, Mecha Hitler creator, Steve Bannon, you know, all over the place. In there seems to be just an incredible amount of anti-Semitism.
And racism concerns discrimination very seriously. But they don't have any place in the Palestine liberation movement in this country. And Jewish students and just Jewish citizens in this country are an integral part of the Palestine liberation movement. So it's just the anti-Semitism accusation or the terrorism accusations are just smokescreen. They're trying to weaponize anti-Semitism against freedom of speech because they want to shut down the conversation. They don't want anyone to discuss Israeli crimes. They don't want anyone to discuss U.S. complicity in the genocide in Gaza. And it's the same happening with conflating pro-Palestine activism with pro-terror activism, because...
Don't forget Alex Jones, Kanye West, and Marjorie Taylor Greene. Yeah, I was just meant people in the Trump administration specifically. Well, yeah, I guess Steve Bannon's not in the... I take it back. Steve Bannon isn't in the administration. God. But yeah, no, sure. Those are three very prominent examples. Jewish space lasers, Marjorie, Hitler was actually a good guy, Kanye West. And I mean, which one do we want to go with on Alex Jones? Oh, God.
Get rid of the Second Amendment?
The goal is not to actually reflect on what these protesters are protesting about. Their concern is just like to shut down that conversation. And if there is, I mean, I was so once again, like I was so sort of like I laughed when I saw that allegation about a foreign policy threat, because in my mind at that point, like if it's the threat to Israel, U.S. Foreign policy, like there isn't any threat, like it's thriving. But if they say it's about combating anti-Semitism, it is this administration, the Trump administration, that's actually fueling anti-Semitism, whether in the United States or around the world, by siding with right-wing parties across Europe, notably the neo-Nazi AfD, Germany's AfD, or by supporting a state that's committing a genocide in the name of the Jewish people.
What do you make of the criticism that some people have who say, well, you're green card, you're not an American, and so you have to abide by certain rules, that the same rules for Americans don't apply to you, and that you're here stirring trouble?
Yeah. The U.S. Constitution is very clear that freedom of speech expands to everyone in this country, regardless of their status, whether citizens or not citizens. And the other thing, what I was protesting was simply I did not want my tuition fees, my tax money, to be used towards supporting Israel, a country that's killing my people.
There we go. Mahmoud Khalil making it very clear in this BBC News interview. Crushing it, honestly. I didn't expect it to go as well. I thought the BBC was going to push harder on some of that stuff. And they were like, yeah, he makes a good point. Shocking. Oh, God. Canceling, uncanceling happening in the chat right now. What's going on here? Why are people being canceled? It's a trend happening now. Stephen Colbert canceled. Columbia Rican canceled and then uncanceled. It's a whirlwind of canceling. think this guy might need to be canceled. Getting super racist. I forget this guy's name. Sobiak? Is that his name? I forget this dude's name, I swear to God.
This, of course, is Bumble Jack, famous for someone putting him on Bumble and, without his permission and...
Or his pregnant wife's permission.
Or his pregnant wife's permission, or... I mean...
Bad time to make a fake Bumble of somebody when his wife is pregnant and he clearly
well, that's probably why people did it.
Exactly. I mean, honestly, conservatives need to fire all these staffers who are all setting up accounts in their name in different locations, whether it's looking for gay sex or for adultery or what have you. It's all, the pranks have gone too far.
It was supposed to be an FBI investigation. Why doesn't what's the name at FBI get it on the bottom of who made the fake Bumble account with all of Jack's information? Very accurate fake Bumble account when his wife was pregnant. The FBI should be all over that right now.
They should be.
I also obviously owe Sobiak a personal thank you. He was the one that Mike Cernovich hired to dig up old tweets of mine, and ultimately got me fired and then rehired by MSNBC in 1 week. It was one of the actually most fun weeks I've had in over the course of this show. And
good for the channel too.
And it was very, very good for the channel.
And what's also funny is their lack of success in canceling James Gunn, who's having a huge opening this weekend with a Superman movie that's basically a giant middle finger to the right wing. I won't get into spoilers, but people can look that up if they want. It's pretty awesome. Failed spectacularly in both instances, which is fun.
Not funny.
But Zohran Mamdani has the right freaking out. And it is also something new for them because it is one of the first times you'll see the right make a boogeyman out of an actual man in Democratic circles. Usually they like to attack women.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
They've made a different choice here because Mamdani is brown, Muslim, and also Democratic Socialist. And here's Jack Posobiec at Turning Point's USA conference this weekend.
Zohran, we've got a huge problem in this country, and I think it's been a problem for a long time. And the problem number one is 40 million illegal aliens that every single one needs to go home. All of them need to go home.
Insane.
Pause it for a second.
Number, yeah.
Wait a second. Wait. First of all, for years, the actual number was 11 million.
Yeah.
Then it's 20 million, and now it's 40 million. How many more has Donald Trump let in just 6 months?
He's referring to basically the total immigrant population, regardless of legal status, which is north of 40 million people. So that's basically an announcement that he's ethnically wants
illegal immigrants. 470 septillion and 13 illegal immigrants.
Illegal?
Ethnically cleanse the entire immigrant population.
That has nothing
country.
to do with documented or undocumented. He's a
well, let's let him
Chicken Little.
explain.
Nazi Chicken Little.
30 million illegal aliens that every single one needs to go home. All of them need to go home. And we need to look at the H-1Bs, we need to look at the H-2As and the H-2Bs and every single one of these as well. Because why should we be bringing in foreign students and foreign workers to work in tech when there are American people who are out of work, when there are STEM graduates who can't get a job, and they're bringing in scab labor from overseas? It's disgusting, and we need to shut it down until the American people are made whole.
Cares about the worker. Cares about the working man.
I like how he uses scab labor, but of course he's also against unions.
Yeah, I mean,
Exactly.
to me, anybody who been brought over here and works for a capitalist, that is citizenship to me. I don't think we should have the H-1B program, which is used, which is used to cut costs for Silicon Valley. But the way isn't just to deport them all to CCOT. It's to say, okay, you're now an American because you've done what Americans do, which is to let your labor be exploited by American capitalists.
And you'll hear Tucker Carlson gave this speech where he referred to the number as 65 million Americans. And for people that need like just a bit of a shorthand, that's the number of Hispanic Americans that are listed in the entire U.S.
Even citizens, yeah.
I'm sure that's a coincidence, a racist coincidence.
And this idea that I think we've been laboring with, this experiment that we've tried in mass immigration, has been a mass failure. It has been a failure. And this idea that if you just hand someone a piece of paper, that makes them American, guess what? It's failed. It's wrong. It's not true. And as I stand here before you today, I'll ask you a question. Does Mamdani, does Zohran Mamdani seem like an American? No, no, he's not an American. Is Zohran Mamdani an American like we are? No, he's
an American citizen. He wasn't born in this country, but he is an American. And this is getting super racist.
Zohran Mamdani.
It's getting super racist super quickly.
American. Is Zohran Mamdani an American like we are? No, he's absolutely not. Is Ilhan Omar American like we are? No, and I can do the list all.
I love how this guy is leading a full-on Nazi rally here at Turning Points. This is good time.
Is Ilhan Omar American like we are? No, and I can do the list all day.
What a fantastic idea from Jack Posobiec. He can go on all day long on... Yeah, maybe you should. Maybe you should go on all day long about how racist you are. How his plan is to just identify all characteristics that he doesn't see as being American. And then getting rid of those people, I guess.
Oh, it never occurred to me.
Like a Nazi.
Interesting.
It's just crazy enough to work.
Yeah.
Like a Nazi.
Long. I can do the list all day long of this. What I would submit to you then is if you are a naturalized citizen who lied and committed fraud in your naturalization process because you are asked in that process, to whom do you owe allegiance? Do you owe allegiance to the United States of America or not? And you are required to swear an oath. And if you have broken that oath, then you committed fraud. And if you committed fraud, your citizenship should be stripped and you should be sent back to wherever you came from. That makes you an illegal alien. And we are just a few months away, I'm telling you. That means New York City could be run.
This guy is unhinged. And the fact that there are people clapping for this and wooing for this stuff is disturbing to me. It is disturbing. We are watching a neo-Nazi rally happen right in front of us. Like, don't you hate people who don't look like you, speaking specifically to white Aryans? Don't you hate brown people and people who aren't Christians? Don't you want them to all be out of this country?
An illegal alien.
Don't you think Hitler is great? What up, my Nazi? Greg Gutfeld.
That means that you've got members of Congress who have immigration through fraudulent means. Ilhan Omar, just saying. There's some questions, Ilhan. There's some questions, some familial questions, Ilhan Omar. Look, what does it come down to?
Yeah, bullshit.
It comes down to this idea, and I'll explain it this way. What is America? Is America just a place and a system called a constitution? So if we were able to take the entire population of, say, Afghanistan, and bring it all to America, and then take the entire population of America and put it all in Afghanistan, would that make us all Afghanis? No, of course not. Of course it wouldn't. That'd be ridiculous. The same way that it wouldn't make them American. And
can you pause it?
I mean, if you became a citizen of Afghanistan, I guess you'd be Afghanistan American, Afghanistan American, something like that. Maybe it's the reverse of that. I can't think right now. I guess it would be the opposite. Still, though, technically.
Same way that shipping Zohran Mamdani and Ilhan Omar, who have lived most of their lives in the United States, back to the countries they came from, wouldn't make them any less American than they are now, because they are Americans, because they grew up and they're citizens of this country. That's what makes you American. But what they're trying to do is erase the entire very new history of the United States as a colonial enterprise that resulted in, the slaughter and deaths of so many Native American indigenous people that were already here. They're trying to make the Christian white identity in this country the only national identity that can be associated with being American. And if you're somebody who's in the minority population, you can maybe stay in America as long as you don't dissent and as long as you uphold that master race as more supreme than you. So, like, they'll be okay with, say, Iranian or Cuban diaspora that uphold capitalism or that are critical of the governments that the United States is opposed to. But if you dare to dissent and you dare to advocate for a better life for people that may look like you based on your experiences of being an American, well, that can no longer be tolerated. He's a Nazi. That's what it is.
Yes, this is just a race purity test.
Yeah, exactly. I'm glad me and Emma agree on this. Columbia Rican getting us to 5 of 10 on the confetti goal in chat. Still with an hour and a half left, I think, to complete it. The right-wing demon talking about the Constitution, the same Constitution that they don't even follow. The brazen hypocrisy pisses me off. It pisses us all off, I think.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
Yeah, it's very frustrating. Very frustrating. And, like, my job is to, like, sift through a lot of this stuff. Like, be like, all right, how much can we tolerate today? Let's pick an arbitrary number. God, it's not that arbitrary. I do try and think about it genuinely. It gets tough though, because it's like it's like a veritable ocean, veritable ocean of hypocrisy that's been coming down on us. And only until very, very recently with the Epstein stuff have I really seen any sort of shift in that. Like, honestly, I think that's why. It's because I've, like, for the first time in 6 months, I've seen a crack in the facade. I think because it challenges, like, it just challenges one of their core beliefs. Commandment number 1. Release the files.
I mean, coming from a guy who likely has some type of, like, a Slavic background or something.
Sobiek, what's that?
I mean, we don't have a S that comes after a P in this country.
Yeah, I don't know.
We don't do that.
Illegal.
Eastern
but
Europe.
This is, I mean, this is just the latest iteration of racism to present itself at TPUSA. It's done in the context of immigration, but that's all that's going on here. And
they have to go extra racist right now because Trump is absolutely bending over backward, not only for Israel, which is pretty much predictable, but also, they made a big boogeyman out of Zelensky now, and it turns out Trump is basically in the same position there. So the America First stuff is tough. They're just going to have to double down on
they got to lean into
bigotry.
Bigotry,
right.
Yep.
And the more that he's going to receive some sort of pushback, whether it's internal over this Epstein stuff or whether it's the courts, the most astute people analyzing this have said that he's going to lean more and more on authoritarianism as the months and years go along, and as maybe there are some more obstacles placed in his way, the stuff that he can do more unilaterally. And right now, we don't have the systems in place to protect our immigrant neighbors, in part because there has been a failure of comprehensive immigration reform that would have given people a process by which they could have applied to becoming citizens while in the country and be heard.
Yeah, the already existing system it was not good. But at least that system existed. Now that system has been completely decimated. Every single thing Donald Trump has done since he came to office has decimated it. I mean, from firing like 24 immigration court judges immediately after entering office.
Immediately, if not sooner.
I mean, like that was like within days. Like there was somebody might have been the first 48 hours. So one of his first actions was to just fire these judges.
Expeditiously, as opposed to being held in this limbo status, even if you're here trying to do it the right way. And those folks are being targeted by the administration in the same way that like the 11 to 12 million undocumented people are being targeted. So it's about racial purity, full stop.
Is there any more? Should we play any more of that?
No, I'm pretty much done.
I think we got the gist. But this is Tucker. Is this where he says the 65 million number?
I'm not sure. This is him talking about immigrant farm workers and how amnesty is bad, though. So if we want to continue on this sort of theme, this is the immigrant hate hour. I know they had a little bit of Epstein stuff, but this is, I think, the actual baseline of this stuff.
Any questions? Yes, sir. What do I think about amnesty for farm workers? I think it's the most grotesque thing I've ever heard. Are you joking? Amnesty for farm workers?
I love how Turning Point USA is basically just a Klan rally without the hoods at this point.
We have like 60 million illegal aliens in the country. The country bears no resemblance to the country I grew up in, and it's not better, it's worse. So I'm not going to sit for another lecture from anybody telling me we need to import more people to write code or pick grapes or...
This dodge of we need to import people. The people are already here. That guy that died, fell off a building, was here for 10 years. That's longer than I've been at this job. The idea that this is about making right people who have already been exploited by the people Tucker is posturing as, being against right now.
So I'm not going to sit for another lecture from anybody telling me we need to import more people to write code or pick grapes or any other task. Period. It hasn't worked. The country hasn't gotten richer. It hasn't become more unified. Those words should burn on the tongue of anyone who utters them. How dare you talk like that? Amnesty. Deportation.
Settle down.
What about that?
Don't be creepy.
Look, and let me just say, people say all kinds of things. It doesn't mean it's happening. But I think it's worth being a little paranoid about it. I mean, I think everyone in this room is paranoid. It's important to make sure
that checks out.
Even the people you love are true to their word. Doesn't mean you hate them. Again.
Yeah, I think he's right. I think everybody at this place is fucking paranoid. Probably get checked out. Now, some have pointed out that coincidentally 60 million is approximately the number of Latinos in the United States. Might not be coincidental, who's to say? Let's keep talking about Zohran. He was mentioned earlier during that last video. And the nation's, what's his name? Tim Nichols? I always forget his first name. Went on MSNBC, talk about the problem with Democrat politics right now, as well as Zohran Mamdani. Here we go.
Every take is gonna be. all right. That's sort of the notorious walks to Midtown. Okay. You want a photo, brother? Yeah. Yeah. Let's take this. Yes. That's me. Yes.
Excuse me. I need to pick up.
Yeah. We can take one.
I bought it somebody that wants.
Thank
something.
you.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you. We're on our way. Thank you.
I love how he's got lines of people.
How's it going, guys?
Zohran walks through the city and he gets lines of people waiting for selfies. He's becoming like a celebrity all like in no time. Like all of a sudden, you just got a queue of people, phones out, ready for a selfie. Is he fucking Taylor Swift?
Yeah, no worries. Thank you. How's it going, guys? Thank you.
Hi, I'm Andrew Cuomo, heading to Staten Island today on the Staten Island ferry. Thank you for watching.
Nobody wants a selfie. You don't even want a hand pat from Andrew Cuomo. You're like, hey, it's you, that guy. And then they drive away. They're like, I don't need a picture. It's fine. I know who you are. Nobody wants this.
How are you? Good to see you, buddy.
Hey.
How about the prosciutto? That's delicious.
That is delicious prosciutto.
How does the city treat you? What interactions do you have? Absolutely none, besides get my tax bills.
So relatable.
I might be your biggest supporter in the city.
Thank you.
I might be your biggest supporter in this city.
Definitely run.
I'm sorry. Say that again, sir.
I might be your biggest supporter in the city.
Don't be creepy.
Affordability, you should definitely run.
Yes.
Free? No.
I love putting those two things side by side because now that we are in the general election.
Globalize the enchilada, the infatada, the ramalada.
For New York City, you have Mamdani, Zohran Mamdani, who won the primary, was so engaging and so personal. People were flooding him on the streets. He's got such charm and charisma. And Andrew Cuomo was criticized for being stiff and absent. And he seemed like he had disdain for New York. Well, that's Cuomo now trying to emulate, copy Zohran Mamdani and be a little bit more out there and engage with voters. I don't know, John Nichols, Nation, my translator for Democrats out in the wild beyond New York City. What do you think? Does it work?
I think it works for Mamdani. I'm not sure how well it works for Cuomo, but Cuomo's learning. I mean, he's recognizing that two things. Number one, he lost that primary, at least in part, because people really didn't think he was very engaged with the city.
Yeah.
So that's right off the bat. Two, he's not the only politician who's looking at what Mamdani's done with these street videos and saying, I got to start doing that. I'm hearing that. I was in Washington recently. They're all watching Mamdani videos, like members of Congress. Like, how do I do that?
Studying them?
How do I?
Taking notes?
Absolutely.
How do you talk to people? I love that. They're just like, I don't know. Can you show it? Mr. Mamdani, could you please explain to us again how we talk to people?
Zohran Mamdani.
Sir, would you explain me how to be relatable just for a moment?
Camera. Yeah. Engage with people next to me.
Go in the halal food truck with the guy and talk to him about chicken and rice. But talk about chicken and rice and then come out around the truck and talk about what you're going to do to lower prices. And so I think, give Cuomo the credit for, recognizing that that's how to do it. But it is a little painful there because look at that. Mamdani's out there. And everybody is running up. I want a selfie with you. I want to hug you. I want to, be around you. And Cuomo is, how's the prosciutto? It's there's a little difference there.
There's also a generational divide there. There's a political experience divide there. He's very old school, came up a different way. And Zohran Mamdani is engaging with a new media landscape that a lot of the politicians in the Democratic Party never had to engage with before.
Never even knew it existed.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, this is the interesting thing.
Still barely know it exists.
Oh, I go to Washington. It's amazing, explaining AI, right? And some members of Congress really know what it is, but there's a lot who are like, what? And so when you get into this actual comfortable, let's shoot a video, right? And with the Mamdani people, they do that, right? They're out on the street and they say, hey, let's do something here. And it's very it's easy. It's like a second nature.
Yeah.
And part of that is being 33 years old. If you grew up marinated in social media, right, just literally with it everywhere around you, that can be a bad thing. We don't want necessarily our kids to be always living on social media, but it also makes you native, right? You're comfortable to it.
Well, I mean, you can look back at history. FDR came up and became president during the advent of radio.
Yep.
And he was able to use that medium to his advantage. He mastered the medium with the fireside chats. JFK, TV was suddenly a thing. He knew how to debate. He knew how to look. He was polished. Nixon sweating off in the corner.
Terrible.
You know, he was a master of that form. Donald Trump, social media, master of that form. Is Mamdani now going to be the prototype for a master of this newer version of social?
So yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, Mamdani, he's good at social media. But the fact is, you know, social media has been around for a long time, right? I mean, regardless of any of the changes that may have had on social media, it's existed for decades now. And, you know, Cuomo was, you know, what was he, like 40 when Facebook came out? I'm just trying to think. It's been, yeah, he must have been. Like, this stuff, I mean, it's existed. It's been around. They have social media teams. And it's not, in my opinion, while he's good at social media, that doesn't explain why he's done well. The reason he's done well is because he's actually been authentic. He's been authentic because he believes in something, and he comes out and he actually says that thing that he believes in, rather than waiting to get the go-ahead from a donor somewhere.
Media, where it is the only way you communicate and engage with people out there, your voters, your constituencies.
Totally. Yes, is the answer.
Yeah.
One of the things that we don't understand, and I've written a lot of books about this, social media evolves every couple of years. You look back at what we had 10 years ago, and you're like, wow, we were living in
I was taking pictures of pie and putting filters on them.
Ancient history there, right? I don't even know how that worked. And, you know, I'm old enough to look back and say, I don't even know how I planned a trip to the Middle East or something. Because now I just go online and, you know, hotel, whatever, I could get all these things together. Everything about how we communicate has been changed by the digital revolution. Now, a lot is being changed by AI and by all sorts of other technological changes. And one of the biggest changes is that a friend of mine told me this the other day. He said, I sit on the subway, I go on the subway every day. I look around me and I see everybody's now on their phone watching one short video after another.
Yeah.
Well, who is the candidate who's associated with short videos?
It's Mamdani. I mean, you're watching a short video until your phone freezes because you're in the middle of a tunnel, and for some reason in the year 2025, there still is no Wi-Fi down in the New York City subways. That's the form, and I've heard you talk about, and I think it's right, that Democrats need to try to engage with the form, learn the form. What about the content?
Yeah.
Mamdani's content is sticky. It is relatable. He has a very easy to understand agenda, and people identify with it. I need it to be more affordable in this city. But when you get down to the nitty-gritty of it, is it actually plausible that he's going to get a lot of what he is promising done? Is that important to not only...
Oh my God, they continue to do this. They're like, is it possible though? Can you do the things that Zohran wants to do? It's so radical. He wants, you know, the free buses and the grocery stores. That's too much. How are we going to pay for all of that? Hold on, we can't watch this whole thing. It's like 30 minutes long. It's like 30 minutes fucking long here.
From that. But there will be other people who say, you know what? I haven't had the political figure who leveled with me on a regular basis and kind of walked me through this.
What if he doesn't make the city more affordable? I mean...
If it's a total failure, he will lose. But if there are successes along the way and explanations for how, you know, how the sausage is made, if you will, how government runs.
Yeah.
And this gets to be the challenge. We don't know the answer to this question. But what I can tell you is that Ronald Reagan, as an example, was referred to as the great communicator, right? Reagan had a lot of really bad stuff happen during his presidency and was able to go on TV, explain things, and
but it
walk
happened
people through.
during the presidency.
Well,
it happened in the middle of it, and he had to say, here's the challenge that we are suddenly facing. If you're coming out and promising from the get-go that you can do all these things, and you get there and you can't do all these things, I want to broaden this out to a larger conversation, though, about the Democrats, because this is, I don't want to make it so small ball New York City. I want to talk about what it's going to mean for the Democratic Party in general, and what sort of message will work for them in not just the midterms, but the next election. Mamdani obviously is somebody who's been able to capture attention, but he's not experienced. And then you have, and I'm going to use Cuomo here just as an example for our conversation. Take out this scandal. Cuomo's very experienced. Massively. Very experienced. He's also gotten a lot done. He legalized gay marriage, codified abortion rights into state law, enacted the nation's strictest gun control law, reformed the state's tax system, boosted the minimum wage to $15 an hour, which is among the highest in the nation. Tuition-free college for SUNY and CUNY students for families earning under $125,000 a year. A statewide 12-week paid family leave law. Oversaw the reconstruction of some big projects like the Tappan Zee Bridge, LaGuardia, the airport, which suddenly is no longer an asshole.
Pretty nice airport.
Yeah. JFK is in the process of it. Moynihan train station, which is beautiful. Okay. Second Avenue subway, promised for decades and decades and decades. It was finished, or at least portion of it was finished under him. So he's gotten a lot done. And these are liberal agenda items. These are big ticket liberal agenda items, but no one likes them.
Well, why didn't he run on that?
I mean, he did. He just didn't message it
in the primary, he was. If he had done an ad in the primary where he was popping around the city and say, "You like LaGuardia?" You know what I mean? And like talking about all these things, right? Would that have been much better for him? Of course. But instead, this is the problem for Cuomo, is he ran a campaign that didn't
take Cuomo out of it.
About who he was.
Take Cuomo out. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Strategy.
Oh my God. She just spent like 5 minutes running down this whole Cuomo thing after saying she didn't want to make it granular about New York City. And then when he goes to answer her genuinely about the question, she's like, "Well, take Cuomo out of it." It's like, what are you talking about?
What now?
What? You're the one who got us here.
The Democratic Party, should it be likability or effectiveness?
Rather than responding to the merits of the things he said, you just want to boil it down to merit or what was it? Likability? Wow.
Cuomo, not likable, effective. Mamdani, very likable. Who knows how effective he is? He doesn't have the experience. Yeah. If the Democrats are choosing somebody in the next election cycle, it seems like what they have right now are a lot of the old guard who have dipped their toe in, and then who knows who else is going to come in. What is the better version? Can you have both likable and somebody who has a record of being effective?
Well, if we go up to the presidential level, right?
Yeah.
That's what Andy.
To have a record of it being effective, you have to have been in government for some period of time. And, Zohran Mamdani is relatively new to government, right? And he was in the state assemblyman, but for not that long, and is, there's no way to have a record of what was it again? Effectiveness and whatever else. You have to have a record to have a record of any kind, good or bad. And they're using such sort of weak and strange framing over here.
Is trying to do. That's what some other people are trying to do. They're trying to say, look, Bashir is an example, just using him as an example, is in a very red state, able to do, quite a few things. Not everything, but, a bit of a success story there. And very likable. And, kind of pushing that. Walls works that territory as well. Other people. Here's the answer to it. It's an authenticity question. I think that Zohran Mamdani is authentically likable.
Yeah.
Right? It's real. It's not an act like I'm trying to be nice and then when he turns away, he's authentically likable. He's authentically a very good communicator. And he effectively put together a primary campaign that went from about like 2% in the polls to beating the former governor of New York.
Yeah.
So there's a lot there. There are real things to talk about there. But it's the authenticity, I think, that it becomes key. And if you can maintain that, you can maintain a relationship for quite a while. But you don't always have to be particularly charming. Mamdani says that the person who is his touchstone, right, the person who really drew him into politics is Bernie Sanders, right? I've known Bernie Sanders for a long time. Senator Sanders can be very funny and very charming, but he doesn't really push that side of himself all that much.
No, he can be very gruff and
yeah,
very sharp
gruff but lovable. And the bottom line is people like that, right? So, but why? Because it seems it is in fact authentic, and so.
Yeah, and there's one other thing there's one other through line on these two guys, Bernie Sanders, Zohran Mamdani. Both of them aren't taking political action committee, not taking PAC money, not taking money from big dollar donors, and instead are listening to the people and who are authentically speaking a message at the same time. Right? They're being themselves while also speaking to their truth, right? And talking about ways to solve people's problems, and that they are relatable type people, that you don't imagine being in the same sort of corrupt circles like Andrew Cuomo or Eric Adams. We're probably both sitting in some smoke-filled room right now, wheeling and dealing. There's a different kind of politics altogether, and I think that's one of the problems with the Democrats right now, is that they can't get away from that old ball type of politics. They're not changing with what the people want. We see it right now in so many different places. Immigration, on Palestine. They continue to take AIPAC money, continue to ignore the fact that the vast majority of the Democrat base is anti-Israel, essentially, right? Like, they do not want to support the genocide. And that they continue to ignore these sorts of big issues because of money in politics, honestly. And the fact that they just continue to take money from special interest groups, political action committees, instead of going out and meeting with people, instead of going out and knocking on doors like Zohran did. Actually speaking to the people. They don't know how to do it. You saw it with Andrew Cuomo. He's not used to going out on the street and talking to normal human beings. Okay, let's go on. Let's move on from that topic to talking about, I guess, health related. I don't know if this really doesn't count as a health related issue, this first one, but earlier this week, Donald Trump started making the claim that Coca-Cola was going to stop putting corn syrup in its drinks and instead replace it with real cane sugar.
Amid the crisis in the Middle East, the Epstein controversy, and drama at the Federal Reserve this week, President Trump also pushed Coke into the political spotlight. The president wants its sweetener switched. CBS's Ali Bauman has details.
This guy is just trying to think of anything that he can do to get people to stop focusing on the Epstein thing. People are still talking about Epstein. Look, no more corn syrup. Look, it's all better. You're going to be very healthy now.
On the plan and the pushback. Ali, good evening.
Good evening, Nancy. Coca-Cola is the #1 selling soda in the U.S., and for about 40 years, the company has used high fructose corn syrup. Now, President Trump wants to change that.
Coca-Cola has long claimed it's the real thing. But in the 1980s, the Atlanta-based company changed its secret recipe in the U.S., switching from cane sugar to high fructose corn syrup, a cheaper alternative.
I definitely think that cane sugar tastes a little better.
This week, President Trump, a fan of the soda, announced Coca-Cola agreed to go back to using real cane sugar in its signature drink, like manufacturers still do in Mexico. Coke, for its part, has not confirmed any change.
I don't think it's feasible.
John Bodie is president and CEO of the Corn Refiners Association.
Yeah. He's just desperate for any other news. He's like, please stop talking about it. Look, I know you people really like that, talking about that Jeffrey Epstein guy, but can we talk about this thing that's not actually happening? So Donald Trump came out and claimed without any evidence. I think he just thought he could tell Coca-Cola what to do. Look, I am the biggest Coca-Cola consumer on the planet. Okay? I tell Coca-Cola what to do. Coca-Cola, I am making an announcement for Coca-Cola. They are adding no more of the nasty, nasty corn syrup. It's all gonna be pure sugar, baby.
It would put thousands of Americans out of manufacturing jobs, and it would depress farm prices, all for the sake of importing more sugar.
Industry experts say the U.S. does not grow enough sugar and would have to import it from other countries to support a wholesale switch. Most studies find, from a nutritional standpoint, there's no real difference between the two sweeteners.
They have the same number of calories. They do exactly the same things in the body. Everybody would be healthier eating less of both of them.
In fact,
it's not even going to make America healthier again? Damn. Well, that sucks. Who knew? Sugar. Just as bad as corn syrup. Meanwhile, an actual problem with health in America has come to light, something truly horrifying. 4 people dead in Florida after coming into contact with some sort of flesh-eating bacteria. Sounds good. Sound healthy already.
Tonight, a warning from Florida health officials after 4 people died, and at least 11 others have gotten sick from a rare flesh-eating bacteria found in warm coastal waters. Of the dozens of species of the bacteria, it's Vibrio vulnificus that has health officials worried, as infections can be severe and life-threatening for some. It can spread from raw seafood, mainly oysters, or through an open wound in direct contact with seawater. Bernie Stewart contracted the bacteria 6 years ago. The charter boat captain says the infection led to a 2-week medically induced coma.
When I got out of the water, I had a blister about the size of a $50 just above my ankle. My skin got real red and hot.
Doctors say you can still enjoy the beach with precaution, but in the summer months, experts say the warm waters during hurricane season can create the perfect breeding ground for the bacteria. Dr. Norman Beatty says recognizing symptoms like pain, swelling, or redness near an open wound, or even blistering, can be the difference between life and death. Who's most at risk?
Well, people who have immune compromising conditions and people who have liver disease. Anyone can get this.
Horrifying. Truly, truly horrifying. Don't want that. Nobody wants that. That sounds terrible. Thankfully, we have a great system of healthcare in the United States. I'm sorry. We have a nonsense system of healthcare in the United States. It seems to be getting even more nonsense. Thanks to the people in charge.
This is the future of healthcare. Oh, I'm sorry. This is the future of healthcare.
What now?
I was confused. It's because, according to the former CEO, they have the same business model.
If I had 1,400 Taco Bells and 32,000 people who worked in them, I would be doing all the same stuff.
You may not have heard of DaVita, but they're everywhere, along with their biggest competitor, Fresenius. They're the biggest players in the dialysis market, which you may not know or particularly care about, but you should, because more than likely, you have a kidney inside of you right now. And nearly 750,000 people a year experience kidney failure, while over 500,000 Americans are currently receiving the only treatment for kidney failure besides a transplant, dialysis. But taking a look at how the free market ran wild on just this one organ, the human body, can give us some insight into the future of American healthcare.
They're doing a lot of things that you might encourage a fast food restaurant to do, like get a lot of patients through the facility each day, cut back on wages, cut back on costs. Turns out the kidneys are a little different than a Crunchwrap Supreme.
I was scared because at that point was when I realized.
I gotta say, it is horrendous that anybody would compare healthcare to a Taco Bell. I mean, it's just beyond. I mean, what? Why? What? This is why we need to stop with the capitalism and the healthcare. It's perverse. It is perverse. The profit motive that exists in just keeping people alive in the way that the people who run these organizations treat healthcare and human beings. You're not a patient who needs care. You are a burrito eater.
I can die on the chair, and I won't even know it.
This is Carmen. Because Carmen's kidneys didn't work properly, she needed to show up to dialysis several times a week just to stay alive. For over a decade, Carmen showed up week after week so a machine could do what her kidneys couldn't: clean her blood. And for most of that time, the clinic performing that life-saving service was a DaVita. Over time, Carmen had witnessed the kind of cost-cutting and decline in quality many of us have witnessed in retail, food, and furniture.
In 14 years, the quality of care diminished to the point where patients were having to suffer needlessly.
They cut back on cleaning costs, leaving bloodstains on the floor and chairs.
Gross.
They took away the numbing medication Carmen used.
Gross.
The needle sticks are incredibly painful. But one of the most...
Why would you want to clean up blood? It's not like that good... Oh my God. Propagate diseases to people in the area. Oh my God. That is disgusting. That is terrible. We know Taco Bell our healthcare system, please. Jesus Christ. All right, we're going to move on from the business of health. Talking about the business of the American economy.
This is a fun video. This is from 4 or 5 days ago. I think we had this in the list, but here's Peter Navarro bragging about the numbers that tariffs have brought in. Now, we're starting to see inflation creep up a little bit. And the issue with tariffs has always been, what's the plan here? On one hand, they say it's going to raise $600 billion annually, ultimately. That's what they said on Liberation Day. And on the other hand, they say it's going to develop U.S. business. Well, if people are still buying the products and paying the import tax or tariff, that means they're not buying it from U.S. companies that are building it or started to create it. And so we're not building U.S. companies, production facilities to replace these products. People are just having to pay more. And let's be clear, an import tax is a tax that is regressive because everybody may pay that same amount for that black label whiskey, although that's not imported. But let's say it's a Japanese whiskey and you're paying extra for that. A rich person is paying a lot less percentage of their net worth or their income than someone who is not a rich person. But here is Peter Navarro bragging about this $1 billion raised in taxes.
The more a country takes advantage of us, the less willing they are to give up the good thing they got going. So that's the tension. But the president is not going to tolerate that. So that's where we're at. I would say that for the American people, these tariffs are a great boon. I brought a chart here shows that we've already collected like $100 billion in tariffs.
A record for
alone.
a single fiscal year.
Yeah, and one of the things that really bothers me is that we're up to 18 billion now or so with China alone on the fentanyl tariffs.
China!
And so they're willing to give us
Pause it for a second,
$18
just to be
in
clear.
tariffs, and they
Are we
still...
we're tariffing fentanyl? We're letting the fentanyl into the country, but we're charging people more for the fentanyl. Is that what's happening? I'm confused. Sam, explain to me.
It's not a tariff on fentanyl. It is a tariff because fentanyl is coming in. If people were having to pay an extra whatever for their fentanyl, that would probably be a good thing, because that would discourage its use because it's so expensive. Now, of course, usually people are addicted, so it may not be as effective, let's say, as a tobacco tax, which changes their behavior. But these are consumer goods that people are paying for, usually less expensive consumer goods. And so this is just a tax on low-income people, working people, everybody. I mean, it's a tax on everybody, but of course, it's a lot more problematic for people who don't have as much money. And so on one hand, they have, again, with this bill that they passed, which is the biggest upward redistribution of money that we've seen from legislation in decades upon decades, maybe ever. On top of that, they're collecting more taxes, regressive taxes, on everybody who's not wealthy. And they're out there bragging about it. And I don't know if Peter Navarro doesn't understand this or thinks that the American public is stupid and they won't recognize it. But again, inflation is starting to happen. And it's going to happen as more and more of those tax dollars are collected. Those import tax dollars are collected. And as the tariffs go up, and to the extent that any wholesalers or importers or producers are eating those taxes, it's going to continue to go up, and it's going to get worse.
It's Ron Vera who thinks people are stupid.
Ah, yes, the illustrious Ron Vera, economist, PhD economist Ron Vera. Yeah, those tariffs. They're everything about the tariffs are nonsense. I mean, Donald Trump has been claiming that he wants to bring back manufacturing, right? But currently, manufacturers are struggling to deal with the tariffs because they can't. We can't manufacture everything here in the United States. And since he's done this in a way that, makes it basically impossible for anybody to get ahead of it, right? This causing problems for even the idea of increasing manufacturing in the United States. And if your actual goal is to increase manufacturing by way of tariffs, you need to not be taking in the tariff revenue. The more money you're taking in tariffs, the worse of a job you're doing at bringing jobs in, because people are just buying stuff and they're just paying the tariff rather than buying something from manufacturers inside the United States, if that is your espoused goal. Just saying. Now, Donald Trump has been livid over renovations at the Federal Reserve. Supposedly, those renovations are looking to cost upwards of $2 billion. He's very upset about that. It's way too much. Now, of course, I believe there's... How many reserve banks? Is it 12? I always forget the number. That's just the number of governors. But how many... Oh, I'm sorry. I'm looking this up right now. Oh, there are 12. Okay, there's 12. So there's 12 different reserve banks. They all have their own building. So it's not just one place. It's like 12 different, 12 separate facilities. So it's more like, still not cheap. It's not cheap at all by any scale. Still in the, what, like hundreds of millions of dollars per, hold on. Yeah, it's like $100-something million per bank. But Donald Trump is furious about this. Probably not that furious about it, honestly. He's just using it as an excuse to yell at Jerome Powell.
Controversy over a renovation project reveals the crumbling relationship between President Trump and Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell. Plans to upgrade the Fed's Washington headquarters will cost $2.5 billion. The Trump administration calls the work, quote, an ostentatious overhaul, and has even suggested maybe it's against the law. Chairman Powell says, I'm quoting now, we have taken great care to ensure the project is carefully overseen since it was first approved by the board in 2017, end quote. CNN's Brian Todd takes a closer look into the building controversy.
Sitting on a coveted property alongside Washington's National Mall, two stately marble-facaded buildings, now ringed by construction fencing, covered in scaffolding, so-called blue-skin waterproof coverings on the windows. The two buildings, headquarters of the Federal Reserve, and their costly renovation are President Trump's latest weapon in his war against Fed Chairman Jerome Powell.
I mean, it's possible there's fraud involved with the $2.7 billion renovation. This is a renovation.
What is
the
he
president
suggesting?
Indicating that while it's unlikely he'll fire Powell, it could still happen.
When he claims that it's fraud,
is involved in the
when he claims that it's fraud, I feel like he's suggesting that somehow, like, Jerome Powell is like funning money to himself or like his family. Like, what else could that mean? Fraud. Like, what is he? Does he own the construction company that's doing the work on the buildings? I mean, what are we talking about here?
$0.5 billion renovation, a project that's been hammered on by the president and his allies for weeks.
The one thing I didn't see him as a guy that needed a palace to live in.
He lives there.
He
lives there. I didn't think that Jerome Powell needed to live in a palace. I don't get it. What's the deal, buddy? Is your place not nice enough inside of the Federal Reserve? Is that not good for you? Now, of course, this may be a shock to viewers, but Jerome Powell doesn't live in the Federal Reserve. He has a house.
On really a renovation, I think it's pretty disgraceful.
Of course, Powell doesn't live in the building, but that hasn't stopped Trump from tying him to the renovation, the cost of which has shot up in recent years, from $1.9 billion to $2.5 billion. The Fed says the buildings had to be upgraded because their electrical grids, plumbing, HVAC, and fire detection systems were antiquated. The buildings were constructed almost 100 years ago. There have been claims that the renovation would include expenditures for lavish items like rooftop gardens, water features, and VIP elevators.
It sends the wrong message to spend public money on luxury upgrades that feel more like they belong.
Luxury upgrades. How much is Tim Scott getting again a year over here?
In the Palace of Versailles than a public institution.
But Powell and the Fed say those features were either not in the plans or were scaled back.
Some of those are just flatly misleading. The idea of elevators, it's the same elevator. It's been there since the building was built. So that's a mischaracterization.
I'm staying in the race.
Wow, 100-year-old elevator. No, Federal Reserve, you're gonna have to start pulling yourself up to the third floor.
No longer in the plans.
We're gonna have to start working out there, Jerome.
The cost overruns are really due to things like the cost of removing more asbestos than anticipated, soil contamination.
That is a great point, Solif. That is a great point that I hadn't even thought of. Trump is complaining about renovating the Federal Reserves, but how much does it cost to gold plate everything in the White House? It's a great point. It's a great point.
And inflation.
I think the building is just a sideshow. It's an excuse to make life miserable for Jay Powell because
President Trump, who of course appointed him, doesn't like what he's doing.
What Powell is doing is not moving aggressively enough for Trump's liking to lower interest rates.
He's a knucklehead. He should have cut interest rates a long time ago.
Powell's resisted rate cuts out of concerns that Trump's tariffs could spark more inflation. But Trump and his allies continue their relentless pressure on Powell. Trump's budget director Russell Vought sending a recent letter to Powell saying the president was extremely troubled by his management of the Fed,
troubled.
including his
Chairman Powell, the president is. Oh, this is from Steve. Did Russell Vought wrote this letter? The president is extremely troubled by your management of the Federal Reserve System. Instead of attempting to right the Fed's fiscal ship, you have plowed ahead with an ostentatious overhaul of your Washington, D.C. headquarters. Cost overruns aside, about $700 million and counting. The plans for this project call for rooftop terrace gardens, VIP private dining rooms, water features, premium marble, and much more. Moreover, this project will result in at least 512 square foot of space per employee, which is well above the OMB average of 150 square feet per employee. Comparable federal building renovations of much of magnitude could be done of magnitude less than the office you're building for yourself on the taxpayer's dollar. How's my Russell Vought impression? Yeah, Russell Vought seems upset. How dare Jerome Powell live in this lavish palace? Okay. How are we doing? 4:15. All right, we're going to move on to talking environmental news. Let's start off here. Talking about the war on climate change policy being conducted by the Trump administration. Majority Report had on a guest with some horrifying... enlightening
Sam
pieces of
Cedar,
information.
Emma Vigland on the Majority Report. It is a pleasure to welcome to the program Lauren Windsor. She's the EP of The Undercurrent, and folks may know her as the most recent thing that made a big news was a recording that you made of Sam Alito's wife, Mrs. Alito. I can't remember her name. You probably do. Where she was talking about that flag across the bay and how she was going to put up a flag called Vergonia. Lauren Windsor, welcome to the program.
Thanks for having me, Sam. Thanks, Emma.
You really provided us with some incredible laughs, including you are our merch muse. We got a bunch of our viewers to put together a shirt with Vergonia on it. We ended up selling this, so we got to give you credit for this. This was hilarious to listen. To listen to ashamed of yourself for having.
You will be getting a T-shirt.
Yes, you've got to get one.
I need you both to autograph it, please.
She sounded She sounded so unhinged in that clip. Was that your reaction in person as it was happening? Did she have some liquid courage to share this stuff with you?
Sure, yes. I mean, this is not the end of her, so I imagine that she, had several glasses, but.
All right. Well, let's get into this. You got a story that just broke on Rolling Stone, and I give us a little backdrop to. I don't know if folks know about the ESG things like that kind of investing, the Net Zero Banking Alliance, Net Zero Asset Managers. What is that world?
Well, so ESG, it's been around for a long time. Really, since the early 2000s, it's probably better known as socially responsible investing. But it really gained traction during the Biden administration in letters to CEOs that Larry Fink would write. And he started writing these letters in 2012, but they became more and more sort of emphatic about sustainability and the role of climate change in investment making decisions. And so about 2020, 2021, he issued a letter where he said that.
And Larry Frank, we should say, is the CEO of BlackRock.
Yes, and he's the really the sort of boogeyman of this entire right-wing network that is funded and fueled by Leonard Leo, that's attacking the war on woke, this war on woke capitalism. That the theory being that Wall Street is, super leftist.
Yes.
But so
radical Marxist communist
Larry Fink's
Wall
been the
Street.
evangelizer of ESG, and because he's a Democrat and because he's talked about, well, I should say, because he also runs the largest asset manager in the country. It now has over $12 trillion in assets under management. He is their primary target to take out.
And we should say, I'm no fan of BlackRock, but I was always fascinated over the past year or so when folks like Charlie Kirk and Steve Bannon and many on the right started to demonize BlackRock particularly in the run up to the election. And I really couldn't figure out why. We should say Leonard Leo was the former, essentially the guy behind the Federalist Society. And when he left the Federalist Society, having stacked the judiciary with judges who, made rulings like the one yesterday about the Department of Education, he got $1 billion to essentially
1.6 billion.
1.6 billion. Where did that come from?
It came from an industrialist from Chicago named Barry Side. He's like super reclusive, and not much was known about him prior to this coming out, that he was selling his company and just bequeathing all of the proceeds from the sale of it to Leonard Leo in a way that sheltered the sale from taxes.
Oh, that's convenient. And so do we have a notion of what Leonard Leo has been doing broadly, or is it just really glimpses?
Well, he talked about it. He came out, there was a piece in Axios that really announced, he's leaving the Federalist Society. Obviously he still has ties there, but to become the chairman of CRC Advisors, and also to run the Marble Freedom Trust. So the Marble Freedom Trust is the main vehicle through which they disperse all this money. CRC Advisors is a for-profit arm that provides services to all the entities in the orbit of the network. So they've actually been under investigation for self-enrichment because of all the money that's being paid to Leonard Leo and his firm on a for-profit basis.
It's basically like sort of a nice laundering apparatus, right? You donate this money to these not-for-profits. They pay your business to provide services. That money comes back to you, and it can just sort of it just keeps going around in a circle on some level.
How fun!
Well, I understand
like a circular human centipede, if you will.
Concept of keeping money aligned within your network, so that you're strengthening the people who are fighting for the issues that you believe in. But we're talking about self-enrichment on a scale of the DC Attorney General opened a probe into it, and they actually ostensibly moved the headquarters from DC to Texas to avoid that probe.
Wow.
And that's something that we broke in the story, actually, was that we have the documentation showing that the 85 fund, it was the 85 fund, not Marble Freedom Trust, but the 85 fund is one of the entities that disperses a lot of this money. So it's one of the conduits. It was the one that moved from DC to Texas.
All right. Well, so walk us through this now. You went to what?
Why did I put that image in your mind? I'm sorry. I didn't intend to cause you distress. I know it's gross. It just came to my mind, and I said it. I have no excuse.
Where is it that you went to get this tape?
Well, so I was at the Sea Island Resort where the conference was happening. I was not inside the conference because it was, you know, an invite-only type of affair. It was not something you could just register and go. But I had a source who was there, and so I got audio from the source, and voila.
And what would tell us a little bit more about the Sea Island conference? Like, who's there?
I mean, you know, it's a smaller affair, but, you know, very insular, very exclusive, very tied in, you know, highest levels of Republican politics. So, you know, you have like ALEC, the CEO of ALEC, Lisa Nelson was there.
ALEC is the American Legislative Exchange Council, which set up model legislation where Republican state lawmakers go. And that's how we see from state to state similar laws being introduced into these.
Yeah, ALEC is a horrifying organization. They're like the lobbying arm. They're not the actual lobbying arm of 2020 Project 2025, but that's basically what they are, right? They're a lobbying group which has a predetermined set of policies. They got them all typed up, and they go around with those policies in one hand and a bag full of money in the other hand and try and get that shit put into law.
Legislatures through ALEC, and ALEC was funded largely by the Koch network. So just, you know, to keep people up to speed on this stuff.
Yeah. They've long been affiliated with the Kochs, but, you know, they are very allied with Leonard Leo and get money from his entities as well, significant amounts of money from those entities. So ALEC, the State Financial Officers Foundation, which is like ALEC, but for treasurers. So when you're talking about ESG, they've been leading the charge in trying to implement ESG, like enforcement actions. So the theory being in Texas, for example, that, you know, BlackRock, by using ESG, is discriminating against the energy industry. And so they passed a law called SB 13, which would allow Texas to block financial firms from the bond market if they found them to be discriminating against the energy industry. And so, like, the comptroller, Glenn Hagar, you know, can then say, oh, I find that you are discriminating against the fossil fuel industry, and so I will put you on a list that means that, you know, the state of Texas will not do business with you.
Discriminating against an industry. Isn't that just the free market? This is ridiculous. This is fucking just utterly insane. This is, I mean, probably just the logical next step of this sort of anti-reality moment that we're living in. But it's like, oh, we love the free markets, but if you discriminate against an industry we don't like, and by discriminate I mean you just don't do business with them, then I mean next they're gonna mandate that we all spend a certain amount of money on gas every month because we're discriminating against the profits of you know, oil producers. What a bunch of ridiculousness. All right, we are going to take another quick break. Of course, we are doing breaks on the 1.5 hour instead of the 2 hour mark today because I got a little bit less content, about half as much. Also, we're not doing a content goal. Instead, we're just doing a confetti goal. I'll give you a little halfway there confetti. We're halfway there, everyone. Great job. There you go. Little bonus confetti for you all. I think we can get there. Any size super chat does count towards the confetti goal. But of course, most important goal right now, at least in my opinion, is because if we don't complete this goal, we're going to have some problems paying the space and or Earth bills. The galactic deficit. That's right. Galactic deficit financing time. I tried to start it earlier this month. I started it like, last week? We've making slow progress on the goal, but if we don't complete that one, we'll be in trouble. So Cash App, PayPal, if you got a couple bucks, send it over. All we need is for, I don't know, 10% of the people who watch the stream to send a couple bucks. And we will have no more space problems, at least for another month. All right, but don't worry, the stream's not over. We got more content coming after the break, so don't you go anywhere. Alrighty, I hope everybody's enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. While you're at it, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals such as yourself. Got a lot of great ways for people like you to show your support: YouTube, Super Chats, Super Stickers, and memberships. Cash App, PayPal, and Patreon are the 3 ways that you can contribute to the Galactic Deficit Financing Goal. Best way out of all 3 of those options to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is, of course, to go on to Patreon and become a Galactic patron. If you're already a patron, maybe upgrade your membership. A couple extra bucks a month. Get even more space benefits. Anyway, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack. I will be right back. Okay. Well, I think everybody knows what that sound means. It means it's time for us to get back to the stream fourth half. I think, yeah. Heading into the fourth half of the stream. Over an hour earlier than normal.
Too much, man!
Because we switched stuff up on this here Saturday. That's right. Wound up sleeping longer than I expected. Been sort of overdoing it lately. And I just figured I would do a weird Saturday stream. It's the weekend. You can have some fun. Also, I want to say thank you to Sasha G for the sweet, sweet super sticker. Sour Hour. Also, I see that you asked a question about a bug. I think you're talking about... I think you got to be talking about the hummingbird. The teeny tiny hummingbird at the pool bar. All right. Let's get back to it. Fourth half. Doing some environmental news. Let's talk about fires. Fires going on. CBS Colorado. First, yeah, let's go here. Okay. CBS Colorado.
Several wildfires continue to grow on the western slope, even as hundreds of firefighters work to contain them from the ground and the air. The USDA Forest Service air tanker base in Durango says this has been one of its busiest weeks on record. I'm Olivia Young, in for Kelly Worthman. Thanks for joining us tonight. Coloradans living in and around the community of Paradox on high alert tonight. The Deer Creek fire has been burning just over the state line in Utah, but it crept into Colorado earlier this week. This fire is now nearly 16,000 acres. Most of that scorched area is in Utah. Crews are bulldozing fire lines west of Paradox and removing vegetation. Members of the unincorporated community are meeting with fire officials tonight. And further north, new video of the Cottonwood Flat fire shows flames far too close for comfort to this home near Parachute. That homeowner shared this video with us. She says that 3 acres of their property burned, but luckily their home did not. That fire, just over 300 acres, did prompt some evacuations earlier this week, but those have now lifted. However, the fire is still completely uncontained. More than 500 firefighters and experts are responding to the South Rim fire in Black Canyon of the Gunnison National Park. It's just 14% contained. The park has been closed to the public for days. That fire has scorched over 4,000 acres.
Multiple fires in the western United States, Colorado, Utah, Arizona. Having fires, thousands of acres burning. Not a lot of containment, unfortunately, it would seem. Speaking of Arizona, let's go there where the governor of Arizona toured recent wildfire destruction along the Grand Canyon.
Contractors take on that burden of the maintenance, the liabilities, and so These folks are what make the dream come true for the rest of us. So they work long hours, long shifts. Yeah. You know, and when these incidents take place and
Okay. Well, there we go. Arizona's governor touring the still active wildfires in Arizona along the Grand Canyon. Multiple fires have broken out along the Grand Canyon this year. Not great. Not great. Speaking of fires, Canada has certainly not managed to avoid being lit on fire. Millions of acres have burned in the middle of the country and continue to burn in places like Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, and even Ontario. And the air quality is not good. CTV News.
With me now is David Phillips, senior climatologist at Environment Canada. Thanks for being here, David.
Well, Renee, nice to be with you. And certainly we've got rid of the smoke in the east, not in northwestern Ontario and across the prairies. It still lingers. You can see it from satellites, but boy, it's gross at the surface. You can actually feel it, taste it, and smell the smoke in pretty well all of Manitoba except for Brandon and in the southwestern corner of the province, and pretty well a lot of Saskatchewan, particularly in the north, and parts of Alberta, as you've described. So it just hovers there in the west and hard to kick it out.
How would you say this year compares to previous years in terms of severity?
Well, I mean, it's hard. You know, we're still only the halfway point. But what I've seen of the statistics, people are talking about this being the second worst year on record for fires and area burned, if that's often the criteria as to how you decide. We've seen an area of almost 5.5 million hectares have been burned. We saw that a couple of years ago where we had 16 million. So it's quite a way.
I can't remember what we determined a hectare was. Is it
quite a ways to go? But this is the second worst.
Yeah, it's almost 2.5 acres to a hectare, which means if 5.5 million hectares have burned in Canada this year, that's close to it's like 13 million acres or something. That is ridiculous.
This is ridiculous.
It's like the size of New York State or something. No, maybe like slightly small. It's humongous.
Yet we still have several months to go, and the forecast doesn't look like it's going to end tomorrow. So we certainly have. There have been a lot of fires. We've certainly seen them in the eastern prairies, Manitoba. Right now, there's 127 fires burning, and almost 2/3 of them, Renee, are out of control. I mean, it's hard to put these out. I mean, it's like trying to put them out is like spitting on a campfire. I mean, it's nature sometimes created them because of lightning, and you need nature to bring the proper weather to extinguish these flames. So the smoke.
All right. So yeah, Canadian wildfire fighting crews are struggling to put out the fires, and just an incredible amount of forest has burned down at this point this year. And I'm shocked that we haven't seen more footage of it, but they did make it illegal to fly drones around it, so I think that might be part of it. But this whole thing is it's out of control in Canada this year. Over 10 million acres burned. 1 year. Seems bad. All right. Let's go back south. As far south as we can go without leaving the United States. Talk about that Texas flood that happened What has it been? Has it been 2 weeks now? Yeah.
Sam Cedar, Emma Vigland on
Happened
the
on
Majority
July
Report.
4th.
It is a pleasure to welcome Billy back.
Right? It was July 4th when that flood happened. It's been 2 weeks
Sam
already.
Cedar, Emma Vigland on the Majority Report. It is a pleasure to welcome really back to the program Wes Cheek. He is a sociologist, assistant professor at Massachusetts Maritime Academy. And longtime listeners might know that this show, this iteration of the Majority Report, early on featured reports out of Japan in the wake of the Fukushima disaster from Wes. Welcome back to the program.
Thanks so much. Yeah, just briefly on that. Like, my career started on this show like 14 years ago when I texted Sam and was like, Sam, I listened to your show in Japan. I'm about to drive into a tsunami. Is that cool with you? And he was kind of like, well, maybe a little bit. And then I ended up, the last 14 years working on disasters. So I guess, I was a majority reporter back then.
I have referenced you multiple times in my understanding of disasters.
Oh, great.
Will you just give
Glad to
me
hear
your what is involved in the study of disasters and what that sort of precept is about so-called natural disasters?
That's a good question. I like that question. So, so the study of disasters, it seems like we forget about this every time a new disaster happens. But people have been studying disasters for almost like 70 years now, especially in the realm of sociology and geography, right? So we know and understand that disasters aren't like weather events or even climate events. They're complex sociological phenomenon, right? And they are socially constructed in the same way a lot of our society is. So we construct what we call social vulnerabilities, which are then impacted by hazards being things like, hurricanes, floods, volcanoes, whatever. But it doesn't happen in a way that's just completely natural, right? It's not like everyone's affected the same by a disaster, right? It affects people who are socially vulnerable more. And that doesn't mean it only affects socially vulnerable people, but poverty is like the #1 predictor of being affected adversely by a disaster. There's a whole gender component. There's racial components. There are sexuality components, right? If you are more likely to get kicked out of your house, you're less likely to have a place to shelter. So also this idea of natural disasters is something that is used a lot by politicians and by insurance companies and a lot of other bad actors to kind of write off everything that we construct as a society and say, well, what could you do? Like, Trump's been doing this week in Texas. Well, who could have done anything about a flood? How do we know that a flood would happen? These are just things that happen. So that's been kind of, there's been a very good, especially if you're on the left, a lot of great leftist academic writing, including, Mike Davis, David Harvey, even going back to like Kropotkin writing on like mutual aid, right? Lining up for us like why this stuff is not just naturally, it's a sociological phenomenon. Does that get you to where we were going?
Yeah, exactly. And I think, and there's certainly, there are elements of, the expansion of that camp in Kerr County, or the potential for funding that was given from the Biden administration to Kerr County and the way they deployed it. And then just even the, you had some official there saying, well, the taxpayers didn't want to pay for a warning system. This is all socially constructed that leads to a disaster.
Absolutely.
But I want to talk to you first about FEMA.
Yeah, I'm not sure if this is what Sam was referencing, but I'm not sure everybody here also knows what we're talking about here. If the case that was what Sam was talking about, the camp, the whatever it's called, I forget the name of this camp, but this girls' camp was in a flood zone. It was in a FEMA designated likely flood. It's a floodplain, flood zone, and at the highest level of concern, right? It goes from I think it goes from like gray to orange to green or something like that, or red, gray to orange to red or something like that, yellow, orange, red. I don't know. Point is, this camp went out of their way. They spent money. They hired lawyers to fight this designation that FEMA had given them, managed to win that appeal so that they could pay less money in insurance so that they wouldn't have to find a different parcel of land to build this camp on. It was just this completely self-involved, like, profit motive situation that was going on with this in terms of the camp's liability and all this. I think that they deserve to be looked into, honestly, over that decision. Putting, literally, just intentionally putting more kids in this one area where a likely disaster would happen. Seems like, sort of seems like beyond negligence to me. Like they had full awareness of the danger and then fought having to have responsibility for that. And it's just ridiculous.
There's been a lot said. Let's just first actually let's play this this clip. This is number 4. Kristi Noem on Meet the Press, reporting to news about thousands of unanswered calls.
Right.
I do want to talk big picture in just a moment, but the New York Times is reporting that thousands of calls from flood victims to FEMA call centers went unanswered in the middle of this ongoing disaster because you didn't renew contracts to keep call center staff in place until nearly 1 week after the floods. Why did it take so long to extend those contracts?
It's just false. Those contracts were in place. Nobody,
it didn't take 5 days.
No employees were off of work. Every one of them was answering calls. So false reporting, fake news, and it's discouraging. It's discouraging.
Fake news. It's fake news. Now, I mean, maybe all the employees were working, but they also fired hundreds and hundreds of employees, if I recall correctly.
That during this time when we have such a loss of life and so many people's lives have turned upside down, that people are playing politics with this because the response time was immediate. And if you talk to anyone in Texas that was there, that was a part of this operation, they would say the federal government and President Trump immediately responded.
Just to be very clear, on July 7th, 15.9% of calls were answered. I mean, does that concern you that only 15% of calls were answered? These are people in a desperate state. FEMA, often the first call that they make, only 15% were answered on July 7th, several days after the floods.
These contracts were in place and those people were in those call centers and they were picking up the phone and answering these calls from these individuals. So that report needs to be validified. I'm not certain it's accurate, and I'm not sure where it came from. And the individuals who are giving you information out of FEMA, I'd love to have them put their names behind it because the anonymous attacks politicize the situation.
Okay. I bet she'd want to know who's leaking that information. Exactly. 15% of all calls coming into FEMA. That is, I mean,
is ridiculous.
It's ridiculous. I don't know how you get work.
Is validify the same thing as validate?
So give me your sense. I mean, you obviously have a lot of relationships in and around FEMA. Give me your sense of like what's going on there.
Yeah, and I should say, like, you know, I worked internationally most of my career, so like I'm relearning the FEMA system as I've moved back to the U.S. as well. But like what's going on at FEMA right now should be a gigantic scandal. And it's one of these things under Trump that's so frustrating, I think, for many people, where it's all this stuff that would normally be a huge scandal. It's just kind of like, well, I don't know. I guess they just don't do this anymore, right? So let me run it down really quickly. We have someone who is the administrator of FEMA right now who has not gone through congressional approval. He's just kind of been put up there, and I think he's temporary. And my assumption is he's temporary until they decide to phase out FEMA or whatever, right? Who's David Richardson, zero experience in emergency management, none. He was in the Marine Corps. He like led their artillery school for a while, and then he was in DHS in their like weapons of mass destruction.
I just Google searched validify. And the AI overview says the word validify is not a standard English word. Okay. You think Kristi Noem would use a non-standard English word?
Come on! Division, right? Zero experience at emergency management. And I'm just going to say at the outset, we're at the 20th anniversary of Katrina, right? I was just in New Orleans for 4 weeks before coming up to Asheville as I'm making my disaster rounds. You know, and one of the main things we took away from Katrina was we need people who know how to do this stuff. You can't put Mike Brown in charge of FEMA, right? This is what you get. So, but we're we're back to where we started, if not worse. We have David Richardson, knows nothing about emergency management, right? Okay, because all of this is going on at FEMA, people have been leaving FEMA, career professionals who do know what they're doing. So currently, and I can't speak personally to why these people left FEMA or not, but make of it what you will. Regions 6 and 4, which is the U.S. Gulf Coast, Texas, Florida, Alabama, Mississippi, regions 6 and 4 currently do not have regional administrators, right? You can go on the FEMA website. Nobody's home. Nobody's running the office, right? I think last time I looked, they don't have assistant administrators either. At least one of them don't. So there is a FEMA sort of director, no clue what he's doing, shows up in Texas a week late wearing like a boater hat, tight blue jeans, and like a medallion and a button-down shirt. Very strange. You also have, no one's at these regions, right? There's some career professionals there, but no one's leading them. So you don't have the leadership there. And you have regions like Region 1, which is New England, which you have Doucette, who's a conspiracy theorist who just tweets conspiracy junk all day instead of leading this. So what you're seeing, I think, at FEMA is what you're seeing across the federal government, which is just a complete ridiculing of the idea of public service, ridiculing the idea of expertise, forcing people kind of out of it by making it a miserable job, putting in incompetent people, and then somehow just saying, oh, well, I guess it'll work out. One other thing about David Richardson quickly. I don't know if
Standard English words are for nerds. Wow.
How rude.
Very rude.
Covered it or not, but did anyone cover his bonkers addresses he gave to FEMA that were...
Frisla can validify what Bad Lefty said? No.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Now I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. Now we're just using non-standard English words all of a sudden.
Is this the one about hurricane season?
Well, there's that one where he said he didn't know there was hurricane season, and the answer was, well, he's joking, which either way, don't be the head of FEMA, right? Oh, you're joking about hurricane season. Well, on the Gulf Coast, we take that. That's great. Nice joke. Or you don't know about it, which I think is probably true. No, he gave these speeches where it was rambling absurdity. I read it out loud to one of my classes, and they were kind of thought I was joking. Like, no, this is an actual talk where he's like, don't stand in my way. Some people want to get in my way, but don't stand in my way. And then this diatribe about Texas, saying I've got a redheaded girlfriend in Texas, and she had to explain to me that Texas was as big as Spain, and that's why it's hard to do work there. And I didn't realize Texas was as big as Spain. So you have this guy who's kind of a bonkers character with no emergency management experience, who's just there at FEMA. And I would assume what's happening now is they're putting Kristi Noem, who's DHS, at the head. And just a brief primer for everybody who wasn't around. Before 9/11, right, FEMA was a thing. It had kind of an honorary cabinet position where it could speak directly with the president, right? And this was kind of, I'm very critical of Bill Clinton, but one thing he was very good at was we need to have FEMA here. Again, James Lee Witt was his head of FEMA. We need to do this because the lesson back then was you can't fail at disaster management because it will ruin your political career, end your political career.
It doesn't seem to have affected Trump's political career. They just blamed DEI. They just blamed DEI and then claimed they did a really good job, even despite DEI. We've succeeded. Don't you see? We actually did a good job. You think we did a bad job, but it was actually a good job.
I don't want reality.
Okie dokie. Let's go here to Pakistan, where things were not good. We talked about this flood earlier. Supposedly something like 65 plus people died in the most recent flooding in Pakistan, where it is currently monsoon season. But there has been an increased amount of a flood activity, even for a monsoon season.
The devastating
and it's been very deadly one at that. Here's Wyon news 21 hours ago. This is an update because there was more flooding that's happened. Okay, here we go.
The devastating floods continue to ravage Pakistan. 15 people have lost their lives across the country in the last 24 hours as a result of the rains, while 53 others have been injured. Warning has been issued in Punjab's Colbert as Indus River is expected to reach high flood levels in the next 24 hours. Now, according to the data released by the Met Office's Flood Forecasting Division on Friday, there was a medium-level flood at Colbert. Rescue operations continued in Punjab after recent deadly rains wreaked havoc and claimed at least 63 lives across the province. Pakistan Disaster Management Authority has predicted 5 more such spells of rain are expected in the coming days. The next spell is expected to begin in Punjab province from July 21st to the 28th. Now, according to Pakistan Meteorological Department, monsoon rains accompanied by wind and thunderstorms across most parts of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa are expected from July 20th to the 25th. Pakistan Disaster Management Authority has advised authorities across the provinces to remain alert and have warned.
Horrible. Horrible. If it's not on fire, it's underwater. Welcome to 2025. All right, let's go here. This is Korea Now. Discussing floods that hit South Korea earlier this week.
Record-breaking rainfall has caused havoc in many parts of the country, resulting at least 4 deaths and some 5,200 people being evacuated since Wednesday amid growing concern over landslides and overflowing rivers. Across 8 provinces and 20 cities and counties, thousands have been displaced, with authorities confirming little over 1,000 placed in temporary shelters. Officials at the Central Disaster and Safety Countermeasure Headquarters said Seosan saw 500 millimeters of rain and Hongsong over 400 millimeters between Thursday and Friday. Sejong, Dangjin, Gwangju, and Cheonan each saw more than 300 millimeters of precipitation. Seosan, in particular, the rainfall marked the highest daily total for the region to date and has been described as a once-in-200-years event. The Seoul metro area was also affected by heavy rain for 3 days starting Wednesday, resulting in scattered damage being reported. Around 7 a.m. on Thursday, a house wall collapsed in Seoul's Gangbuk district, forcing 20 people to evacuate. Rain warnings are in effect across most of Gyeonggi province, including Gwacheon, Ansan, Suwon, and Seongnam. Meanwhile, as rain clouds moved south, heavy showers hit Gwangju and nearby Jeolla regions. Downtown Gwangju experienced flooding and evacuation orders were issued for areas at risk of river overflow.
When did our rainfall totals and by the wildfires get to this level? You know, I don't know if it's, I mean, it's, I can't quantify necessarily on the rainfall, but there's the continued exacerbation of the extreme nature of the, of like air, like these weather systems, right? Where on one side you get high pressure and heat and wildfire likelihood, right? And on the other side you got extreme storms, right? We've been seeing all sorts of crazy storms this year. All right, that's it on the environmental news for today. Kept it kind of short, mostly because I'm trying to keep this short, because I'm trying to do 2 streams tomorrow, Sunday Fun Day. Everybody prepare yourselves for that, by the way. I'm planning to do 2 different streams on Sunday Fun Day. 1, today, there's a big news event. And in lieu of space news, I figured I'd give you some galactic news. We are going to cover this next thing tomorrow as best as I possibly can, even though we've had problems in the past. I'm planning to do a separate stream from the regular Sunday Fun Day stream to cover the topic which we are about to talk about next.
Immediately, if not sooner.
I'm sitting around waiting for this to drop. Mehdi Hasan debates 20 Hitlers.
Illegal.
Wait, hey, no, go back. Hey, it's the wrong one.
My exclusive
Excuse me,
interview with
ma'am.
the president of Brazil.
Excuse me. Excuse you. There we go. You ruined it.
July 20th, there's a new Jubilee video that is dropping. And I knew this was coming a little bit. I had talked to Mehdi Hasan about it after my Jubilee. He was like, should I do it? They've been asking me to do it. I'm like, yeah, do it.
My family lineage is set.
This is going to be extraordinary. I mean, a bloodbath. And I have not seen the anything other than this clip, but it looks like it's going to be a bloodbath. Here is Mehdi Hasan. This dropped yesterday, a promo for his Jubilee appearance.
My family lineage is settlers from the 1500s. So
you don't look very Native American to me.
I am Native American. Whites are Native Americans. What are you talking about?
You're not.
What are you talking about?
You're a little bit more than a far-right Republican. Hey, what can I say? I think you can say I'm a fascist.
Yeah, I am.
Listen to me. I am an immigrant. I'm speaking from personal experience.
Get the hell out.
I don't even like.
Weird.
I should get the hell out.
Yes.
Why?
I don't want you here.
My first claim is Donald Trump is pro-crime and pro-criminal. Donald Trump is defying the Constitution. Immigrants, overall, are good for America. Donald Trump's plan for Gaza is ethnic cleansing. I'm Mehdi Hasan. I'm a journalist. I'm the editor of Zeteo. And today I'm surrounded by 20 far-right conservatives.
Oh, they brought back
The white culture girl.
The white nationalist girl, yeah.
Yeah, it looks like they stocked.
Don't be creepy.
Now, what's going to be fascinating is to see the reaction of like, well, you got bad fascists in there. There are smarter fascists. Or if people are going to be like, these people are extremists. We have no policies that are like this, except for, the one that Stephen Miller, the chief aide to Donald Trump, is espousing. It's going to be interesting to see how they deal with this.
Well, it seems like already in that promo, they're already triggered by the fact that Mehdi has an accent and that, he's...
Yep. So yeah, there's some galactic news for you. We were going to try and cover that in a separate live stream today. 2 live streams, price of 1 on this Sunday fun day. Technically 3 if you count this stream right now. It's officially Sunday now. Okay. Still got a few things to talk about. We're gonna get through quickly here. Let's start with El Salvador. Venezuela and El Salvador apparently came to a agreement which released prisoners on both sides. People that were in CCOT, I believe there were some number of people that were in CCOT that were released. Yeah, let's go here. This is the Reuters. Reuters from 12 hours ago.
10 U.S. detainees held in Venezuela waved American flags as they touched down in El Salvador on Friday. The group, en route to the U.S., is part of a coordinated prisoner exchange. Over 200 Venezuelans who were deported from the U.S. on allegations of gang membership earlier this year and detained in...
One thing I noticed while watching this video was that all the people, the Americans who were in Venezuela, appeared to come off the planes looking relatively healthy and well-fed. While all, at least, like, I think I, saw, 4 or 5 people in wheelchairs, leaving CCOT in El Salvador. Hey, what are we doing?
This detained in an El Salvador jail, arrived home to Caracas.
Look, this
U.S.
guy's getting
President
carried
Donald
off the
Trump
fucking
had
plane.
invoked the 1798 Alien Enemies Act to swiftly deport them to El Salvador's notorious CCOT maximum security prison. The deportations drew fierce criticism from human rights groups and a legal battle with the Trump administration over allegations that due process was not followed. Family members and lawyers representing many of the detained Venezuelans deny they had gang ties. And lawyers say they were not given a chance to contest the Trump administration's allegations in court. Senior U.S. officials also said 80 domestic political prisoners in Venezuela would be freed, although the Venezuelan government referred only to alternative detention measures in its statement.
There we go. I don't know if everybody else sees it, but there does seem to be some sort of gap in condition of prisoners.
Keir Starmer has finally announced a policy.
Okay, let's go to Navarro Media now. Go to the United Kingdom. And according to Michael Walker, Keir Starmer has done something correctly?
A what now?
Okay. All right. Explain yourself.
Keir Starmer has finally announced a policy I quite like.
I think it's really important that 16 and 17-year-olds have the vote because they're old enough to go out to work. They're old enough to pay taxes, so to pay in. And I think if you pay in, you should have the opportunity to say what you want your money spent on, which way the government should go. So I'm really pleased that we're able to bring more young people into our democracy and give them the chance to have a say over how their taxes are going to be paid and what they're going to be used for.
Yes, Keir Starmer has announced that 16 and 17-year-olds will be able to vote in the next general election. And this is being portrayed in the right-wing media as sort of a desperate attempt by Keir Starmer to try and get re-elected because he has bad poll ratings. Now, I think that's quite a disingenuous argument because this was in the manifesto. So it's difficult to call it undemocratic when it was in the manifesto. Starmer's argument there saying, well, people can pay tax, so they should be able to vote. I suppose the reason why I think this is important is a demographic one, actually, which is that I think that in this country, politics is too shifted towards older people. And I don't think, I think older people hate younger people. I don't think we need to have a generational war about this, but I do think that people tend to take their own personal situation more into account than they vote than other people's situations. And I think the fact that we have very much an aging population does mean that politics is more directed towards the interests of older people than the interests of younger people, which means sort of it's easier to cut money for education or youth centres than it is, say, the triple lock on pensions, for example. I'm not saying we should cut the triple lock on pensions. I'm just saying that I think any politician will tell you that they're much more scared of older people than they are of younger people. And I don't think that's particularly healthy for the future of a country. I mean,
there we go. Michael Walker of Novara Media supporting Keir Starmer. Shocking. Now it's only on this one particular issue. I'm sure Michael Walker takes a lot of issue with the rest of most of Keir Starmer's policies. Well, yeah. This does, this does change up the demographics, like you said. Hopefully it makes younger people more politically active and engaged. And, you know, young people are the future, supposedly. Wow. Some people in chat not a fan of Michael Walker. Okay. Now let's go to the streets of Britain. We're in London. People were protesting. At least 55 people were arrested by London police for simply making their opinion known in public about Palestine.
To the UK now, where protests are taking place calling for the ban on Palestine action to be reversed. The government proscribed it as a terrorist organisation earlier this month. Since then, police have arrested dozens of people for supporting the group. Sonia Gago has been following the story from London.
This is the third weekend that action has taken place in support of Palestine Action since the group was banned by the government. And the reason why it is so contentious to hold these types of actions is because Palestine Action has been prescribed as a terrorist organisation. This follows after members of the group entered into a military airbase and damaged and spray-painted military airplanes as well. Now, there was an earlier attempt to try and postpone the prescription, but that was unsuccessful. Now, since then, there have been some 100 people who have been arrested for simply declaring their support in public. Now, this could potentially carry a jail sentence of up to 14 years in prison. In the meantime, on Monday, there is going to be an application for a judicial review to see if that ban oversteps the mark of what constitutes a terrorist organisation. In the meantime, critics have said that this contains some very worrying effects for freedom of speech and the right to civil disobedience. Sonia Gallego, Al Jazeera.
It is very troubling. You know, this is, what has it been? 2 weeks, 3 weeks now since they declared it a terrorist organization. Pretty ridiculous, if you ask me. Thanks, Keir Starmer. All right, Reuters.
And today, it doesn't matter about the rain. Rain is nothing. People are dying. People are getting killed left, right and centre. Children are being shot deliberately. What does it matter, a bit of rain?
Direct negotiation with Netanyahu is unlikely to work. I think he's very committed to the occupation, and I think, he's by the ICC he's criminalised as he's been committing war crimes or been influencing the country to do so. I think he should be arrested. So.
Illegal.
I love this grandma with a Palestine umbrella. Great job, Grandma.
Have taken to the streets of London to demand the UK government stop selling arms to Israel and also to demand an immediate end of the starvation of the population of Gaza.
Sometimes I can't believe what our government's doing, and when they make a law now against morality, against free speech, against the very dignity of our people, then it makes me lose. I've got to say, it doesn't inspire hope for justice, but listen to that. That really brings me hope. It cannot go on. It cannot persist. These people, all the leaders who are not stopping the genocide, they know what we know. They know the Zionist project was built on lies. They know that it's a killing project. And I would like to ask them why. I would like to ask people everywhere, but especially our leaders, why did they need to lie so much, steal so much, and kill so much if it's okay, if it's an okay project? I implore Keir Starmer right now to do the right thing and stop the genocide that's happening in front of us.
There were also counter-protesters who were here to express support for Israel, and this is one of the songs they chose to play from their cordoned-off section. 84 MPs have already asked the government to introduce sanctions on Israel, but looking at the number of people here today, it doesn't seem that that is going far enough.
Can you tell me about the watermelon? Why have you got it here? Well, as you know, it was outlawed.
She just got an actual watermelon. I love that. Just gonna bring an actual watermelon with me. All right, let's leave the UK and go along. Actually, wait, one last thing. One last thing involving the UK. Reuters. Let's talk about the Bank of England. They are concerned, supposedly, about dollar exposure in banking
Sources
institutions
say the Bank of England has
in the UK. Please shut up. God damn it! What was I saying? Right, the Bank of England concerned about lending entities, banks having too much exposure to the dollar. Amidst everything that's going on, it is possible that the dollar could be devalued greatly, which does pose financial risk to institutions that hold a lot of dollars. Among other things. Well, whatever. Let's go here.
Sources say the Bank of England has asked some lenders to test their resilience to potential US dollar shocks. It's the latest sign of how the Trump administration's policies are eroding trust in the US as a bedrock of financial stability. As the leading currency for global trade and capital flows, the US dollar is the lifeblood of global finance. But Donald Trump has broken from long-standing US policy in areas such as free trade and defense. It's forced policymakers to consider whether the emergency provision of dollars in times of financial stress can still be relied on. People with direct knowledge of the situation told Reuters that the UK's central bank has requested that some lenders assess their dollar funding plans and the degree to which they depend on the US currency. Another of the sources said in one instance, a global bank based in Britain was asked to run stress tests, including scenarios where the US dollar swap market could dry up entirely. One analyst told Reuters that it reflects a new paradigm where trust in the international cooperation appears to be breaking. A spokesperson for the BOV declined to comment on the Reuters story.
All right, there we go. Secret stress tests being done. And I'll bet you it's not just the Bank of England who's considering doing things like this. Amidst all of this stuff that Donald Trump is doing, the likelihood of dollar weakening is pretty high. And Liberation Day 2.0 is in 12 days from now, I think. All those tariffs are going to come back. We've heard of one deal so far since the announcement of Liberation. And that's with Indonesia. We didn't even get rid of the whole tariff. It was 32%, and now it's down to 19%. Nearly 20% tariff Americans are going to be paying for Indonesian goods. This kind of stuff is going to absolutely lead down a path that could have U.S. dollar devaluation and other sorts of shocks involving the U.S. currency. Not great. Not great. All right. Now, apparently, the DRC and the M23 rebels have signed a deal in Qatar. Or at least like a principle. I'm not sure if it's a full official ceasefire, but it's like the framework, I think, for a deal.
The government of the Democratic Republic of Congo and the Rwanda-backed M23 rebels have agreed on a series of principles to end fighting in the east of the country. The parties signed the agreement in Doha after months of talks mediated by Qatar and the United States. It commits both sides to sign a peace deal within a month. Thousands of people have been killed and displaced since January.
ويؤكد الطرفان عبر هذا الاتفاق.
The two parties emphasize through this agreement that includes a number of articles in the Declaration of Principles their commitment to a permanent ceasefire and cessation of violence and attacks, and working on building trust through various measures, including clear mechanisms related to prisoner and detainee exchange, as well as taking steps towards a comprehensive agreement that ensures the restoration of state authority over all its territory.
If we want to focus on the past 3 decades, we know that these people in this region have suffered greatly. There have been losses of lives that passed 6 million victims, and a large number of refugees and displaced people, around 8 million currently between displaced people and refugees. There is a real humanitarian tragedy that is very painful. There's no doubt that it's time to find a final solution to this issue.
All right, well, there we go. Like I said, not an official deal, just the framework of a deal in which the signing of the actual deal will happen a month from now. Long time coming. It would be nice to see actual peace in this region. Both Rwanda and Congo have a lot of stuff that they should probably be working on instead of fighting each other. Just going to point that out. Maybe weeding out corruption in the country and stopping foreign actors from interfering in their affairs, and a bunch of stuff, like bringing up the what do you call it? Standard of living. Of course, outside powers honestly want to keep things in this area the same in many ways. At least some people do, because it's it's mineral rich, resource rich, honestly, not just minerals, timber and all sorts of other things. People have been, taking from this area for a long time. YouTube is deleting more comments. Shocking. They do that, don't they? All right, let's quickly talk Middle East. We're almost, honestly, the stream is almost done, people. I know that's crazy to you. We've only been going for 5.5 hours, but like I said, it's going to be a short stream. That's why we didn't do an official content goal. That's why we did extra breaks, so we could make it a little bit longer. But we only have 6 videos left. Let's talk Middle East, but vicariously through the European Union and the EU's largest missile manufacturer. Guardian News. 3 hours ago. Breaking. Oh, sorry, 3 days ago.
Gaza, 9th of July 2024. A rare moment of respite from the war. A group of boys playing football in a school playground while a crowd looks on. But it didn't last. Footage broadcast by Al Jazeera showed the strike and its aftermath. As the person who was filming flees, bodies and wounded people lie amid the rubble. Later, found at the scene, a fragment identified as part of a US-made precision-guided bomb known as the GBU-39. Through expert analysis of fragments like these, The Guardian has verified multiple instances of the GBU-39 being used in strikes on Gaza where children were killed. They are evidence of attacks that Amnesty International and the UN call suspected war crimes or crimes against humanity. On 26th of May this year, a bomb tore through the walls of a school in Al-Daraj where families were sheltering. Local emergency services said 36 people were killed in the attack. They claimed that half of them were children. Among the survivors was 5-year-old Haneen Al-Wadieh, who lost both her parents and her sister in the attack. Weapons experts identified fragments of a GBU-39 bomb in the rubble. Among the fragments, a British link to the bomb, its wings, which are a key piece of the weapon. A Guardian investigation with the French newsroom Disclose and Follow the Money in the Netherlands can reveal that these wings are made by the US arm of MBDA, a leading European missiles company, with revenues flowing through its UK division. MBDA UK consolidates revenues from the supply of these wings to Boeing, which makes the actual bomb. Known as Diamondback, the wings are made by a US subsidiary of MBDA that owns a factory in Alabama. Last year, Britain's Foreign Minister David Lammy suspended 29 licences for arms exports to Israel, citing a clear risk
that they might be used to commit or facilitate a serious violation
Illegal.
of international humanitarian law.
However, the ban is limited in scope and it only applies to military equipment exported from the UK. The government is unable to block sales by firms based abroad, which meant that this had no impact on MBDA's US subsidiary. MBDA UK consolidates revenues from the US and the money flows up the chain to the group, which has its headquarters in France. Each year, MBDA Group distributes dividends to its three owners, British Aerospace, France's Airbus, and Italy's Leonardo. The company paid out almost 350 million in dividends last year. British Aerospace, which owns 37.5% of MBDA, received more than a third of this sum. While the UK, Italy and France have signed the Arms Trade Treaty, barring exports likely to fuel atrocities, the US, which is the biggest exporter of arms to Israel, has not. Some observers have said that the UK government can and should do more to prevent UK complicity in arming Israel.
Yeah, they probably should. And it seems like almost all, if you live in a Western country, you're complicit a little bit. At least your government is a little complicit, not you personally. If you live in Europe, if you live in the United States, live in Canada, yeah, your government's probably helped fund this genocide in one way or another. All right. Let's go here. This is from 13 hours ago. The Associated Press, more fucking explosions seen in the Gaza Strip as Israel continues its genocidal operations in the country. Here we go. Bird passing by, bombs going off in the distance. Just another day in Gaza. Well, I guess this is technically in Israel. They're just looking at Gaza from the safe side of the fence, where you don't get bombed. Okie dokie. One more Associated Press video. This one from 11 hours ago. Displaced Palestinians in Gaza fear imminent overflow of sewage reservoir. Oh, good. That seems good. That's probably fine. Oh, Christ.
طلعنا من بيوتنا نزحونا اليهود جينا ما لقيناش مكان غير المكان هذا لكن احنا جينا
It's fucking disgusting. Telling me that's all sewage? This is horrifying. This is such an atrocity in so many ways. Ew. You can see it's really dark. Jesus Christ.
طلعنا من بيوتنا نزحونا اليهود جينا ما لقيناش مكان غير المكان.
We couldn't find another place other than this one. Today we are suffering from the sewage when it overflows on us and reaches into the tents. Disgusting. Oh my God. I bet if it rains, it rises. Oh God. Oh. Why? Our children get infected with diseases from sewage and mosquitoes. Our children have skin rashes and we cannot provide them with medical treatment. We're suffering a lot from diseases, lack of food, starvation, and lack of medication. We couldn't find a better place to stay than this one because there are no safe places in Gaza. This is horrifying. People live inside of a sewage dump, basically. It's horrible. It's unimaginable. Utterly disgusting. Free Palestine. End the genocide, please. It's been almost 2 years now. Much closer to 2 years than 1 year now. It's really gone on much longer than I thought it could last. In the 21st century, I thought that we would have at least solved this, I don't know, 10 plus months ago, maybe 15 months ago, honestly. You know, remember in April 2024 when I was like, dude, Biden announced the ceasefire, and I was like, oh, look at that, it's over. It's over, finally. And now we're 15 months later. All right, staying in the Middle East, shocking journalism happening over at the Tucker Carlson podcast. He had on I think the Iranian foreign minister or something. Like, a very strange time we're living in right now.
And I want to play that exchange that you're referring to. This is part 2 that Seamus just referenced. When Tucker Carlson... Some of these questions are good. Like, it's crazy to say that, but it was a good get for him to get this interview, and he asked some relevant things. This is when Tucker asked the president of Iran, who came in as a reformer, but is now, as you say, getting hit for not being hawkish enough because 1,000 Iranians are dead from Israel and U.S. bombs. Asked here about Tucker Carlson about their openness to diplomacy.
Do you have plans to re-enter negotiations with the United States, with Envoy Steve Witkoff or anyone else? And if not, what do you think will happen?
We see no problem in re-entering the negotiations. But before that, I have to remind you that because of the atrocities by the Zionist regime, by Israel, not just against my country, but in the whole region, we are now facing a crisis. The people are facing a crisis that we need to put it behind ourselves. Our commanders were off duty. They were spending the night at their homes with their families, but they were killed. And this is considered a war crime according to the international law, because they were off duty, as I said. Or our scientists were also killed and assassinated along with their families and their wives and their children. They were also killed. Pregnant women, children, they were killed in the atrocities, in the attacks of the Israeli regime. Just because they wanted to kill one single person, they had to demolish and destroy a whole building. And as a result of this, a lot of innocent people were killed. A lot of people were killed. And as I said, there is this crisis that we have to put it behind ourselves. And
why does Tucker Carlson's face always look just constantly perplexed? It's like he doesn't. I never comprehend what I'm listening to.
Is a condition. There is a provision for the restarting the talks. How are we going to trust the United States again? We re-enter the negotiations. Then how can we know for sure that in the middle of the talks, the Israeli regime will not be given the permission again to attack us?
That is an excellent question, but you're, Seamus, across some of the Iranian domestic reaction to this. Can you both expand on his comments and how they're being perceived internally in Iran, which you touched on earlier, but just if you could expand on it?
I mean, when Pezeshkian was running for president, there was a big criticism from the conservative camp who were backing Saeed Jalili, who was a nuclear negotiator who was once criticized as a failure, but now has a much warmer reputation after the myriad betrayals by the American negotiating team. The criticism was that continuing to emphasize the importance of negotiations, that engaging with the West was placing Iran in a weak position, that it was pursuing a failed strategy, and that this would eventually come to bite the country in the back in the future. And now, I mean, the response that I've seen from the conservative media has broadly been, I mean, why are we still doing this? Why is the foreign minister still talking about potentially going back to the negotiating table? Why is the president talking about potentially negotiating with the Americans? I mean, that phrase about like putting this crisis behind us, it's like we haven't gotten. They're critical of why any. I mean, one thing I should say is that when the ceasefire was declared, very suddenly in the middle of the night, there was this lack of belief that this was possible. The tone in the conservative media on state television in Iran was that discussing a ceasefire when Israel was attacking so severely, so violently would be treasonous, that Iran had the upper hand, that it needed to follow the Houthi model of striking 10 times harder than the Americans were striking. All of the mood was that it needed to expand. Like, we're in the existential war right now that has always been promised, and we need to act like it. And then when that ceasefire happens,
well, thankfully, yeah, like he's about to say, after that ceasefire happened, people have not gotten as upset as you might have thought, as it relates to that ceasefire. I think part of it has to do with the fact that Ayatollah Khomeini came out and basically declared victory. I think that has something to do with it. But I mean, we are one bad day away from that all just starting up again, not gonna lie. At least that's what it feels like to me. All right, wow. Wow. We've gotten all the way through the stream, chat. Besides from 2 videos. 2 left. Great job, everyone. Prepare yourself for the penultimate clip of this galactic spacecast. Let's go down to frickin' Hong Kong. Fucking a horrifying tragedy happened, honestly, in the waters of Hong Kong. A vessel caught fire as a typhoon is approaching, I think it's just now is like basically hitting the east coast of Hong Kong. I guess this could have been an environmental video.
Oh my god!
Just wasn't clear to me that it was connected to the typhoon itself.
Pag may pumutok, oh my god. School Lord.
Paano tayo makatawag niya? Wala.
Nandiyan na yung ano? Rescue.
Rescue. Ayun, ito, parating. Yung delikado, pag papunta rin yung ano.
There we go. Horrifying scene in the harbor of Hong Kong. A massive fucking boat on fire. Not clear that it's connected to the typhoon that is hitting the area right now, but it may have. Just not sure. Final story is going to be in Japan. Let's talk about how Japan is kind of going in the direction of America. Maybe not in terms of partnership, but in terms of sentiment. As Japan is ushering in a sort of a nationalist, a very nationalist political scene right now. Something called
Rising
Japan First. Make Japan great again. Majiga. All right, I made that last one up.
Rising prices, particularly for food, is a huge one, and rice in particular. It's the staple of the Japanese diet, and prices have doubled over the last year. To give an idea of just how important this has become, an agriculture minister earlier this year made a joke about rising prices and had to step down. A joke about the rising price of rice, which nobody found funny. Inevitably, it's people on lower incomes that are being squeezed. Wages are just not kept pace with the rise in prices overall, particularly food. As you mentioned, tariffs as well. It's not the biggest issue here, but it is an issue. People are aware these negotiations are going on, and the Prime Minister's position is weak. A weak government is, of course, not a great position to be in terms of trade negotiations.
Weak.
What is a new issue here is the foreign presence in Japan. That hasn't really been an issue in previous elections. People here do realize that Japan needs more workers. There's a huge shortage in nearly every sector. But this is a new phenomenon in Japan, a large influx of foreign people. So it hit 3.8 million last year, which is a record. That's only around 3% of the population, much lower than in Europe and elsewhere. But still, it has caused some unease. I was talking to a voter this week. He told me that he's aware that Japan needs more workers. In fact, in his own company, they're short of workers and he's doing extra shifts to cover them. But he still has some unease about this.
And that question of immigration has led to a rise in support for this far-right Sanseito party that's been getting a lot of coverage. Can you tell us more about them?
Yes, so they've, as you mentioned, they're running on a Japanese first slogan, and they've adopted some of the same rhetoric and policies that populist far-right parties have in Europe. They've also effectively used social media, which is actually quite surprisingly new here, hasn't been exploited by parties like that in the past. Now, they have been ramping up the anti-foreigner rhetoric here. They're talking about, and they're appealing to people who are struggling economically. That's really the group they're aiming at. And in terms of their other policies, they're anti-vax, they're anti-globalization, they're
anti-LGBT. I mean, they're basically MAGA from Japan. Horrible. Now, they're only a small portion of the electorate, but it's still a troubling trend, to say the least. Well, it would appear we've gotten through another stream, chat. Wasn't that long. A little difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. That's gonna be it for me tonight. Till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Mitty, Afroponics, Normal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moanoep, Nadia, Choki, Skelts, Selena, Mrs. Jen, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, Decipher, Sue Bates, Icebreaker. That's right, all these people here have helped produce the show, which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon. All right, is that super hours galactic stream time? I hope you all enjoyed it. Now relax, take a load off, and don't forget that we're completely funded by individuals such as yourself. A lot of great ways, of course, for you to show your support: YouTube, Super Chats, Cash App, PayPal, and Patreon.
Bye.